Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Tuesday. We are back, and we are going to be doing more Rogue Trader, but first, we have, believe it or not, a first impressions, ooh, Jesus, hang on. We have a first impression video about Assassin's Creed Shadows. Ooh, excuse me. Also, Medicine, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, we have a first impression that dropped about Assassin's Creed Shadows. Figured with all the crap that's been slung at it, as well as from me, at the very least, we should check it out. G-Man Lives is usually pretty damn good with how he goes about reviewing things. So I figured, let's give it a shot. Let's see what he says. So here we go.
What?
Well, Ubisoft have finally gone and done it. They've made the game they should have made 15 years ago. And no, I'm not talking about Far Cry Blood Dragon 2. I'm talking about an Assassin's Creed game set in Japan.
What took you so long?
One that's also got a common dilemma in that it's one of those things where people have pretty much already made their mind up on it before having even played it.
Which,
much in the same
fair.
way that most people have already made their mind up on what they think of this video before they've even heard me say my piece.
Also true, and I will say that unless it goes on something like Game Pass, chances are I'm probably not going to play. I'm not even going to try Assassin's Creed Shadows. For the amount of money that they want, and for the type of game that it is, even if the game itself is good, I haven't been interested in an Assassin's Creed game since Black Flag. Because it always just ends up feeling the same. It doesn't matter whether it's any of the first three games. It doesn't matter whether it's Black Flag. It doesn't matter whether it's the Viking one or the Egyptian one or this one or Unity or like any. It doesn't matter. They're all the same, right? And I haven't been interested in really any of them for quite a long time because me personally, I feel like they don't understand what made those games fun initially. And every single generation typically strays further from what it originally was, which for me just takes the fun out of it. So I'm not really interested in trying out the game unless it goes on Game Pass anyway, because I'm not paying $70 for maybe 6 hours of actually playing it and then finding out it's the same as it ever was.
Either way, despite being plagued by delays and drama on Twitter, Ubisoft Quebec's latest entry in this long-running franchise is finally here. And after having spent over 30 hours with this thing, I can confidently say that it is an Assassin's Creed game.
Okay, so currently he is confirming that it is an Assassin's Creed game.
Before I start though, let's address the elephant in the room by saying that this is not a sponsored video. I wasn't paid by Ubisoft to cover this, nor was I flown to Disneyland or taken whale watching. I got the same review code in the same email that all the other content creators and media folks did as well. And if you're one of those people who already doesn't like this game without even having played it, which is fine by the way, well, then you're better off just not watching this video because I doubt I'm going to be able to change your mind.
Which, that's fair, by the way. I think it's a pretty fair take. Hey, if you're automatically not going to like the game, there's no point in watching this because there's really not much that's actually going to do that anyway. Okay, I think that's pretty honest.
What I'm mostly going to be talking about is just the way the game looks, plays, and feels. So if that sounds like your cup of tea, well then yeah, stick around.
stick around.
Right, so much like a lot of the other Assassin's Creed games, the whole experience is the player seeing all of these past events played out in real time through the Animus. The Animus being this made-up virtual reality machine that can read someone's DNA and is then able to project out all these memories. This time the whole thing takes place in feudal Japan, the best kind of Japan, specifically in 1579, during the reign of Oda Nobunaga.
Go. Find Momochi Sandayu. His death will sever the sword from the hand of Iga.
Japan is at the height of this brutal civil war, along with it also being around the same time that firearms were introduced into warfare, which means you got people running
Wait, hang on.
around
From the hand
in feudal Japan, the best kind of Japan, specifically in 1579.
Okay, wait a minute, hang on. Japanese periods. History of Japan, yes. Feudal Japan. So that's all right. Let me see. Early modern. So 1579, so that's 30 years before the Edo period, which is fine. 1600. So this is before Sekigahara. Okay. Got it. Okay, just making sure. Have to deal with some BS BRB. No worries, dude. No worries at all.
During the reign of Oda Nobunaga.
Go. Find Momochi Sandayu. His death will sever the sword from the hand of Iga.
Japan is at the height of this brutal civil war, along with it also being around the same time that firearms were introduced into warfare, which means you got people running around with more rifles, katanas, and smoke bombs than in a Fortnite match. And for the first time in this series, I think since Assassin's Creed Syndicate, you're able to play as two characters. Both a shinobi girl named Naoe, and then this big bad samurai named Yasuke, who's responsible for most of the game's outrage culture.
My name is Yasuke.
Though I think we should be more outraged that Naoe is more or less just a reskinned Habana from Rainbow Six.
Wait, really? God damn it. Leave it to fucking Ubisoft to fuck something up so bad.
Siege. Anyway, right off the bat, it is worth mentioning that the opening of the game does have some really weird pacing. I mean, the whole thing starts off with this prologue sequence involving Yasuke, who was picked up adrift in the ocean by Portuguese Jesuits, to then be brought to Japan as a slave, which is where he meets Oda Nobunaga.
But your servant, Diogo, stays.
Only for it to then time jump into the future at a point when Oda and his forces are now attacking the Iga province, which is where Naoe and her family reside.
Okay. Hang on. So, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that's a really, really, really smart way of doing things. I'll give credit where credit is due. They are not trying to narrate, like, how he became this legendary samurai, right? They're not trying to do that at all. We see him come in. He's brought by Jesuits. He's kept as a slave, and then it fast forwards to, well, now he's a samurai. Okay. To be completely honest with you, if that's the way that they want to take it, because they are not dealing with the historical stuff, I'm okay with that. Because that means that they're not trying to rewrite history. They're not trying to turn it into something that it isn't. They're trying to make their own story. So far, if I'm being honest, that's not a terrible thing, and I'm okay with that.
By this point, he's now a fully fledged samurai as well, and also shown to be incredibly adept, with the player in control of him during this short prologue where you just steamroll through pretty much everything. It's kind of like the opening scene of The Force Unleashed, where Vader just goes around decimating Wookiees. Then after that, it cuts to Naoe's perspective during this same attack, as she's tasked with getting back a box that's been stolen.
You said you wanted help. Now's the time.
Needless to say, she fails, and the box is then stolen by this mysterious group of 12 figures, calling themselves the Shin Bukafu, who are kind of similar to the Cult of Cosmos in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, or the Wardens of War in Valhalla. From that point on, there's a very lengthy series of cinematics and cutscenes showing Naoe being nursed back to health, before she then sets off to investigate this group one by one and get vengeance for the attack. And yeah, like, you gotta admit, it is a pretty cool premise, playing as this badass super pissed off shinobi babe whose new purpose in life is just to go around and murder everyone who did it wrong.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Be reminded of the bride in Kill Bill, and in fact, some of the music during these early action scenes really sounds like something that Tarantino would have used. I will say too.
I'm gonna come out and say something though. Kill Bill works because it's paying respect and homage to 1970s early kung fu films. Internet is cutting in and out. Oh, well, that's not good, dude. Kill Bill works because it's paying homage to those 1970s like cheesy kung fu films, right? That's the kind of style that he's going for, but at the same time he wants to add his own flavor in. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with doing that. However, because he's already done it, it's a very, very, very hard thing to sit there and go, oh, well, he did it, so now we can do it. That's not how it works. You have somebody who absolutely loves movies, loves the genre of the 1970s, really cheesy kung fu films, really wants to pay homage to it, to the point where he had literally one of the biggest stars of the Shaw Brother films in there playing two distinct and separate roles. And he was awesome at both of them. This, on the other hand, you can't, because it's not trying to play to the strengths of those 1970s kung fu films. It's not even the same genre, right? That's kind of the point, is that Kill Bill is its own thing, and it's supposed to be wild and wacky and kind of out there, just like those 70s kung fu films were. This is supposed to be something that people are supposed to take the story and the gameplay seriously, and instead they might as well just be throwing in fucking Sabotage by the Beastie Boys again. It doesn't work. So I see what he's saying, but in all honesty, I think it's just okay, sure, the music's cool, congratulations, but that doesn't mean it actually does anything useful.
That there's some surprisingly likable side characters here as well, with the real standouts being this kid named Jinjiro, who lost his dad in the war and now clings to Naoe like she's the big sister he never had.
I've come to stay with you.
What?
What?
Along with a smart-ass thief named Ganojo, who kinda looks like he should be out of an Onimusha game. Now, he's the typical thief with a heart of gold, just trying to be like a Japanese Robin Hood, and he's also one of the potential romance options for Naoe.
A charming offer, thief. I'll think about it once you've sobered up. And bathed.
Oh yeah, before you ask, there's no romance here between Naoe and Yasuke.
Yes.
And a few of these side characters can even be called in to help out during gameplay, giving them even more of a purpose.
I don't...
This was a worthy battle.
You got this whole side
Wait.
Giving them even more of a purpose.
Hang on. I'm not seeing any stamina thing down here. This is health. I get that. This is your alert bar. Okay. Got it. You currently have the dude dead to rights. So what's the point of calling somebody in to stab him in the back if you've already got him dead to rights? Like, I could understand if it was like, oh shit, my stamina's low and I gotta do, like, you know, there's no point. Maybe that's just me, like, being nitpicky, but if you've already, like, if you're one-on-one and you're playing the brick shithouse that is Yasuke, and this dude is getting his fucking ass reamed, what's the point of calling in this person? Like, 4 hits and the dude went from, like, what, full health down to, like, maybe less than 1 bar? Why? What exactly is the point here?
This was a worthy battle.
You got this whole side mechanic of being able to build up your hideout too and customize it however you want.
Oh,
Having
no.
to smuggle back supply.
Nope, already lost me. Sorry. I hate base building so much. Nope, sorry.
From enemy camps like it's MGS5. And every time you go back there, you can see all these characters walking around and keeping themselves busy. And it just goes a long way in making the world feel more lived in and populated. It also
Let me put it this way, okay? You want to like, you want to give me a thing where it's like, oh, hey, if you unlock this, you know, you'll have the option to like make new weapons, right? Or so and so will come live with you and they can make you new equipment and, you know, shit like that. Fine, great. But I don't want to place the shit. I don't want to sit there and decorate it. I don't want to do, just give me the shit, put it down, and call it a day. I don't need all this extra crap that's going to sit there and like bog down the entire game for another 12 and a half hours. Maybe that's just me, but it's the same thing. It's the same problem I had with Fallout 4. Same exact problem.
Player. I mean, for instance, you got the option to play the story in the so-called canon mode, which automatically chooses dialogue responses for the player, or you can instead choose your own if you want to see where things lead.
I will not.
What are we complaining about? Well, this is the first look at Assassin's Creed Shadows that was given over to reviewers. That's what we're currently looking at. So we're looking at the story, premise, how it feels, how it plays, and so on. And G-Man Lives is giving his honest take. And I'm just giving mine. Honestly, the only thing so far that actually sounds really out of place that completely loses me is base building. Everything else, I don't necessarily mind. They even went so far as to go, okay, here's Yasuke. Yasuke was found adrift at sea. He's brought in by Portuguese Jesuits, and he's left there as a slave. And then they just fast forward 5 years to where he's a legendary samurai because they don't want to get into all the historical bullshit and trying to argue it and this, that, and the other thing. They're telling their own story. I have no problem with that. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't bother me whatsoever. I think that's fine.
Hesitate.
We've got different settings for navigation with optional features like a waypoint guide to help you find where you need to go, as well as the option for this so-called immersive mode where everyone speaks Japanese and not English. Although much like Ghost of Tsushima, this doesn't seem to be the intended choice, as the lip syncing just doesn't match up at all.
But this is not about any one of us.
What also kind of surprised me is that it's not always just about hunting down and killing every one of these characters you come across, with there even being a few instances where you can spare them once new information comes to light.
My brother Goro is not like them either. I beg your mercy for his sake.
Visually too, the whole thing is pretty damn stunning.
It does look
I don't know
pretty.
what the going rate these days is for environmental artists, but I gotta say that these guys deserve a raise.
Yeah.
The amount of detail in the world in these games has always been pretty top-notch stuff, and again, you could easily just spend hours walking around and checking out what all the NPCs are up to, with there always being something going on here. There's great lighting and weather effects, with the wind and the rain looking particularly awesome.
Now, to be fair, this doesn't look, in my opinion, as visually appealing as Ghost of Tsushima, but Ghost of Tsushima is supposed to be a love letter, and they're all like things are supposed to be like borderline hyperbolic in terms of colors and how things work and like the beauty of the area and so on. This seems to be steeped more in realism. That's perfectly fine, and I said this before with, I think it was the last trailer that we saw, which was a couple of months ago. honestly, if they took the environment like this and they turned it into an actual Tenchu game, I'd be all for it. Like, if we had an environment like this, but it was in a brand new Tenchu game, I'm sold. So far, I still think Rockstar is the GOAT. I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair. Absolutely.
And I don't know what it is about raining in video games, but I'm really just a sucker for that kind of thing.
Rain in video games, by the way, is really, really, really tough. So if they pull this off correctly,
in the same game where I'm running along rooftops and cutting people down with a Tanto, well,
yeah,
then even better.
So, like, I mean, if they can pull off the rain correctly, I'm all for it. Thank God. But yeah, I mean, it looks okay. The rain looks fine.
Even just the shifting between seasons can really dynamically alter the way the world looks, with NPCs dressing accordingly depending on what period it's in.
Again, that's great. People are dressing up differently depending on the season, depending on the time of day, depending on the weather. That's great. All good stuff.
Throughout in those more rural areas, it's common to see deer, monkeys, and other animals running around too. In fact, there's so much wildlife running around at times that it almost becomes comedic, because it seems every few feet there's some kind of critter running past your eye line. Oh yeah, and I really like it too, how when you summon your mount, most of the time your character's going to automatically jump onto it.
Which, to be fair, that is a huge thing. Ghost of Tsushima, you call your horse and guess what? You don't jump onto it. Red Dead Redemption 2, you call your horse and guess what? You don't jump onto it. Red Dead 1, you don't, like any of the Red Deads, you call your horse, you don't jump on. It's not an automatic thing. I kind of like this idea. If you're calling your damn horse, chances are it's because you want to get on, not because you just want it to walk alongside you.
That's a good idea.
Early on in the story, Naoe gets injured and has a scar across her face, and throughout the rest of the campaign, you can even see this thing slowly healing up the more time passes.
Oh god, what is this?
Pimpy X Babe, if you want more dome and bone, at Chumley for more Pimpy X Babe looking like a gorilla pity, Pimpy son op, dog emoji.
I have no idea what any of that means, Bloop, but thank you for the 5 bits.
So outside of a few moments where I had a choppy frame rate, it all seemed to run and look pretty damn good.
It does look really nice, I'll give it that. This looks really, really nice.
But a single crash to the desktop in the 30-odd hours I spent with it. What I do think is a bit weird, though, is the inconsistency with the water effects, where sometimes you'll swim through a body of water and the whole thing displaces and moves around realistically. But then other times it's like the water is just a flat, transparent surface that you're clipping through, with it not even moving about at all.
Yeah. Oh, God. Thank you, Itzy, for the sniff. I appreciate it. But I see what he means, right? If you have it set up one way, have it set up like that for all bodies of water, not just one.
You've also got all that other immersion breaking stuff, like seeing objects or
characters. Why is it only raining on Yasuke? Did anybody else see this? It's only raining on Yasuke?
objects or characters clipped through their clothing and outfits, which in its defense is probably to be expected considering there's like 50 of these. But still, like to see a kunai clip through someone's clothing during an emotional scene, like, yeah, it's a bit of a buzzkill. And while the voice acting is generally pretty good across the board, along with the facial animations, there's definitely like interactions here where the whole thing just looks and sounds so...
Water's like the most critical thing to get right when it comes to environments. That's one thing everyone is going to check for realism. Absolutely it is. 1,000,000%. It's just one of those things now. It's like people are going to notice. They just are.
Wooden.
Forgive me.
That's a weird facial expression for those things that were just happening that with her mouth.
We did 20 ticks, and that was the best one.
It's also got a whole lot of those Ubisoft-isms, do you know what I mean? The kind of weird and wacky things that you really only see in an Ubisoft game.
Oh. 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 Okay. That dude's like, nope, see that right there? That's not even a that's not even a mistake. That's that dude just being like, nope, I'm not saying shit. I'm not gonna talk. I'm just here. I'm in the background. I didn't see you. Go away, please.
I have to get involved if you're extorting the people of this town.
Extortion? I will show you extortion.
Well, we're waiting.
From that point on as well, when you're playing as Naowei, is where the whole thing really kicks off. And she's also who you're going to be playing as for the next 10 or so hours at least.
Ooh.
Because it's not until you're a fair ways in where, for story-related reasons, Naowei finally meets up with Yasuke. And then the two realize that they're actually far more aligned than they thought.
You really think you stand a chance?
Another step, and we will both find out.
And once this guy joins up with her, you can swap between them at any time.
I think people are going to be a little disappointed with that because they never said anything about, oh, well, the story is going to be played from a certain perspective for quite a while before you can just kind of hot swap between the two. So that's kind of like minus points right there, because that's kind of one of those they neglected to tell us kind of deals.
Certain missions might force you into one or the other, but for most of the main story...
So the game about Yasuke is actually a story about the little girl he meets. So, well, that's kind of the whole thing. It's about Naowei. It kind of feels like Yasuke is the secondary character in this whole thing, because you don't meet him until 10 hours in. So basically, it's like they have the prologue, which is a cutscene where he gets picked up by the Portuguese, brought to Japan, taken as a slave, and then it's 10 hours of Naowei. And then 10 hours later, she meets up with Yasuke, who at that point is already a samurai. And then you get to hot swap. Sounds like, to me, the main story and the main protagonist out of the two is definitely Naowei.
Story stuff you're given the option to choose, with it then vastly affecting how things play out. Literally. I mean, if you realize you got to sneak into an enemy castle to get some information, well, then maybe swap over to Naowei and you're good to go. But if it looks like subtlety ain't on the main agenda, then using Yasuke might be the better choice. Considering that Naowei, for instance, is your typical shinobi/ninja type of character, using a grappling hook to pull herself up the side of buildings, along with skulking around in the bushes and the shadows, as well as having a few ninja gadgets to use to her advantage.
Yep.
With the kunai, the smoke bomb, the distraction bell, and the shuriken. Yeah, I love the shuriken. All of this stuff plays out more or less the same as every other Assassin's Creed game ever made.
Yeah.
It's really where the main movement and parkour stuff takes place, with Naowei's tiny frame being perfect for the kind of stealthy mobility that she needs. What's crazy too
Makes
is
sense.
that they actually have a somewhat developed stealth system this time, instead of it just being all based around line of sight. And for the first time in the series, light actually plays a part in how visible you are, with sticking to the shadows keeping you fully hidden, and there even being light sources you can extinguish to maintain your cover.
Now, how crazy is this? Ubisoft finally implements this into an Assassin's Creed game but they were doing this about 20 years earlier with what is it? Sam Fisher. They were doing that 20 years ago with Splinter Cell. That's what it was. They were doing that 20 years ago with Splinter Cell, and it took them 20 years to start doing it again.
So yeah, like it only took Ubisoft almost 25 years to achieve what their own game,
there you
Splinter
go.
Cell, was doing back in the early 2000s.
There you go.
Along with also being able to go fully prone and crawl around, which is something that Metal Gear Solid's been doing for almost 30.
True.
It also seems that the seasons affect things as well, because in quite a neat touch, Shadows has not only a night and day cycle, but also a yearly one too. With there being less enemies outside during winter, for instance, probably to stay out of the cold, along with the benefit of the snow muffling your footsteps.
Which is a cool touch, by the way. The muffled footsteps, I do like that.
Whereas on the flip side, during summer and spring...
So, Itzy, how you doing? How are the things? Where's my mouse? There it is.
Gonna be more audible, but there's more bushes and grass to hide in.
Cool. Yeah, it is cool.
Apart from that stuff, though, which really doesn't affect things too much, this is more or less the same stealth system we've seen a dozen times before.
Fair.
Where you just try to stick to the high ground and assassinate people before they've even seen you. You can still whistle from a hiding spot to draw...
Eating some chicken and playing Rogue Trader. Nice. We're going to be playing Rogue Trader after this, but... Here's something I do want to show you guys that really annoys the crap out of me. I understand that this is kind of nitpicky, but I feel like if you want to be immersed in a world nowadays, this UI is not the way to do it. Here's your health bar. Here's your special attacks. These are all your weapons that you get to choose from. These are all your actual special attacks down here. Here's your status bar to see if people have seen you, and then the enemy gets their own status bar to let you know how far, whether they notice you or not. And then here's the little eye that's closed right now or crossed off that says, oh, hey, you haven't been seen, but everybody's on high alert. And then this also doubles for the compass that tells you where all the crap is. Plus you have this thing right here to show that you're actually being hidden because of the shadows. And then on top of that, you've also got your investigation zone, and it gives you the objective right here. That's a lot of crap on the screen to manage all at the same time. That is a lot of crap. You might as well be inside a fucking robot trying to do this, which is nuts.
A dozen times before, where you just try to stick to the high ground and assassinate people before they've even seen you.
Oh, perfect example.
Where you just
Hang
try
on.
to stick to the high ground and
Now, congratulations. Now we know, oh, great, there's a Samurai Daisho, and he's got his fucking, he's got his health bar on the bottom, and then I think this is, his, like, parry meter or whatever the fuck, and it tells you what level he is, and it's got the little crown thing on it. It means it's probably a captain or something, and then you got the arrow pointing down, which shows you exactly where it is, and it's like, guys, how much more crap? Oh, wait, hang on. We can go to details now. Like, come on. Please, can we just, like, clean the shit up a little bit?
assassinate people before they've even seen you. You can still whistle from a hiding spot to draw someone to your position, and it's still laughably easy here to just smoke bomb a group of enemies and then use the hidden blade on them before they've even recovered.
Oh, okay. So basically, it's the murder bush meme from Star Wars Outlaws.
You got the old classic double assassination, killing two enemies at once, and also that old chestnut where you take someone out and then kill someone nearby with a throwable item. A takedown move that I think's been in every Ubisoft game since Far Cry 3.
True.
What I do find disappointing, though, is how there's no way to control the time of the day, or at least as far as I could find. I mean, the stealth is objectively easier at nighttime, right? In the sense that most of the guards are going to be asleep, and there's less of them patrolling.
Yeah.
But then also because that cover of darkness gives you far more options to avoid being seen. So as a result, you're always going to want to be doing all the stealth stuff at night.
Yep.
The problem is that you're at the mercy of what time of day it actually is, considering you've got no control over it. You know, unless of course you want to stand around for 15 minutes waiting for it to change.
You know what I think it is? I think this is when they typically do shit like that, it's like it's forced playability. Would be one of the best ways to talk about it, right? Unless there's like a specific level where every time you go there, it's always going to be daytime, right? Because they want to make it insanely extra difficult for you. Or, you know, you're playing as Yasuke and you have to go at night because they want you to have to worry about, I don't know, maybe something that happens only at night or whatever. They're trying to make it so that you during the day are playing Yasuke and then at night you're playing Naoe. I think that's what they're going for because they realize, oh yeah, no, cool, we got all these shadows and we got all these, you know, the cover of darkness and all this stuff that works for a shinobi, which is great, but we also really want people to play Yasuke. So it would make sense if, oh, well, here's daytime stuff for Yasuke, here's nighttime stuff for Naoe. That's what it feels like to me, is like it's a forced playability thing.
And I just don't see why they couldn't incorporate some kind of time-passing mechanic here, where Naoe could meditate or something to progress the hours. I mean, you can choose to change the season, but not the time of day. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's really weird, actually. That kind of feels like an oversight. You can change the season, but you can't change the time of day. Okay.
It'd be like how in MGS5, where you could just sit there smoking a cigar to pass the time. I mean, even the old Elder Scrolls games let you stand around and wait out the clock if you wanted to. And it's just the small things like this, the little side inclusions, that would have really made a good stealth system genuinely great.
True. I have to agree with that.
I do reckon as well that the assassination animations can still look really janky at times, especially those ones you do from cover, where you can see the NPC pretty much stop in place while they just wait to die. It's just this very noticeable halt in their animation where you can literally see them just stop dead in their tracks.
Yeah, that's weird.
There's a really cool idea here where when you're playing as Naoe, you can't assassinate the larger enemies at first, simply because the premise of a 5-foot-tall girl being able to overpower someone 3 times her size is, yeah, physically impossible.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Even though, of course, later in the game you unlock an ability that just lets you do it anyway.
Oh.
Of course.
Anyway, my point is that even with this, there's some weird animations as well. Like when sometimes you try to do it, she's just going to instantly go into this cowering position on the floor.
Oh. Yeah, it's a little weird.
I also still find the parkour system to be a bit janky, and the movement still feels really inorganic. It's just kind of like you don't really feel like you're moving seamlessly from area to area. You just feel like you're going from that one preset movement position to the next.
That's exactly because you are. Unfortunately, that's something that they've, for the longest time, have never been able to get right. Is the parkour, right? They, like, even in the original games, if you go back and you look, everything is designed specifically around only a few different kinds of moves. It's not really parkour, it's just, here is obstacle where thing is going to happen, and it happens every time with every sort of building that's exactly like that one, without fail. There really is no, like, parkour. It really is kind of an on-rail thing.
Like you're a puzzle piece clicking into all of these slots. It really is like they just kind of maxed out the parkour controls in those earlier games and never really advanced it from that point on. As a point of comparison, like go and play something like Mirror's Edge, for instance, and compare how the free running feels in that game
Yep.
to how it feels in Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, but to be fair, Mirror's Edge is first person, so you have to control exactly what you're doing. I understand what he's saying, though, and when he was talking about the parkour, Mirror's Edge is the one that absolutely popped into my head first thing.
That's good stuff.
Also,
Or, we were talking about it last night, Ghost Runner, same kind of thing in terms of the parkour. Ghost Runner was absolutely fantastic in terms of the parkour. Unfortunately, yeah, Assassin's Creed just... The parkour is a staple novelty, I think, when it comes to their games now.
Like 15 games deep at this point, and yet it is still so hard at times to simply just drop off a fucking ledge.
Yep.
Like, seriously, man, why is it so hard to drop off something? I mean, you can hold down the B button to constantly lower yourself down, but even then, like, that still takes way too long. And what a perfect summarization of platforming controls in modern gaming too, right? Like, remember in the olden days how you used to try your hardest to not fall off ledges? But then in a modern game, I'm trying my hardest to do the opposite. Still though, playing as Naue is the Assassin's Creed element to the game. And like most of these other entries, I always find the most fun to be had when you're just going around assassinating people or exploring all the various enemy camps. You got all the various castles around the map, and to clear these out, you need to kill a bunch of nearby samurai, to then unlock a chest containing legendary gear. And I spent a fair chunk of my time just going around and clearing these out alone, trying to find new and creative ways to take out these samurai without getting spotted. If you set off an alarm during any of this stuff, you also get a wanted level in that region. And then the game sends out these unique NPCs to hunt you down, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, actually, that's not bad.
Oh yeah, and because there's so many unique targets to find and assassinate, there was at least like half a dozen instances when I came across a random one of these completely by chance. Regardless of who you're playing as though, at some point you're gonna get into combat, which really is the least evolved aspect. And if you played any of these games in the recent years, well, then this is all gonna seem very familiar.
Ooh.
So you got both a light and a heavy attack, along with a posture attack, which is simply holding down either button to charge it up for a bit more damage or to break someone's block.
Yeah.
Blue attacks from enemies can be parried, but red attacks have to be dodged, with both of them throwing an enemy off balance and leaving them vulnerable if you wait until the last possible moment, with vulnerable enemies then taking more damage. Some of the enemies are wearing armor, so you first need to whack that stuff off before you can even damage their health. Then there is a pretty cool ASMR element to this stuff as well, with the armor making this satisfying crack when it finally breaks. With the first main difference between the two characters during all of this being the weapons they use and then their combat abilities. Naue, for instance, gets the katana, the tanto, and the kusarigama.
Okay.
Whereas Yasuke gets the long katana, the naginata, and the kanabo. And it really is a whole David and Goliath situation here, with Naue's attacks looking very glancing, whereas Yasuke just unleashes these wild, decimating blows, where it really looks like he's putting his entire weight into it.
Which is a good thing, because you should be.
Especially when you're carrying around the bigger weapons, like the kanabo, where he swings that thing around like it's a giant slab of concrete, and smashes someone's head clean off like he's hitting a home run. Oh yeah, and if you're not using one of these things as soon as possible, well, then you're playing the game wrong. The Naginata takedown is even more brutal, right? With him chopping off someone's arms, then finally lopping off their head. Which for a game that constantly goes on about honor and all that kind of stuff, seems like a pretty damn dishonorable way to kill someone.
No, because I get what he means, but we've been like we've beaten this dead horse many times before. Honor at this point in time in feudal Japan meant many different things to many different people. So generally speaking, so long as the job got done and it was done within a very general way that is accepted among most samurai, then there you go. That's it, right? They don't give a shit, right? Is it really all that honorable to sit there and saw somebody's head off and then literally carry the thing around on your, on your belt loop like it's a fucking hood ornament for months until you find, and while the thing is stinking and rotting and everything else, until you're finally able to go back to your lord and show them the fucking decrepit, rotting head of the enemy that you killed specifically so that you can get a shit ton of gold? Is it? That's what I mean. Honor just means a lot of different things. I get what he's saying, but it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people at this time in feudal Japan. To be fair, Assassin's Creed means nothing, or Honor in Assassin's Creed means nothing by the time Odyssey came out. Yeah. They wouldn't call it brutality. No, they wouldn't. They just call it the way.
Fancy Moses.
Now, when you're playing as Naoe, combat can be super spongy, but I do kind of suspect that they've done this on purpose, considering she's not really supposed to be any kind of super samurai.
That's
I mean, she can
a
hold
good
up a
thing.
couple of enemies pretty easily, but if it gets to be more than that, then you're probably just going to want to haul ass and try to lose the heat.
No, in my opinion, that's a really, really good thing. If she's supposed to be a shinobi, she should not be fighting people out in the open. She should be slitting their throats, lobbing their heads clean off before they even know it, poisoning them, doing literally anything and everything but attacking out in the open.
It also feels like the only way they knew how to make the combat challenging here is to have it so she takes insane damages from hits, often losing like an entire health bar from a single blow against an enemy that's on her level.
Yeah, but again,
I'm really not a fan of how Shadows has brought back all this level-dependent gear. Dozens, if not hundreds, of different pieces of armor and weapons, which all have arbitrary numbers and stats.
Yeah, that I don't like.
Like it's less about your actual skill during combat and more just whether or not your katana or your naginata is high enough level to effectively damage someone.
Yeah, I don't like that.
You can upgrade these items to your current level at any time at the forge back at your hideout, but the higher the item level gets, obviously the more expensive the resources are going to be, to the point that it's not economically viable to upgrade every piece.
Well, and see, that's the other thing too. In Ghost of Tsushima, it actually wasn't all that difficult to keep upgrading your shit. Now, granted, in Ghost of Tsushima, you only had like a set number of things. You weren't carrying around like fucking 18 different things. You had your katana, you had your wakizashi, which you almost never used, and I never did. You had your bow, and I'm pretty sure that was about it, other than your armor. So, grand total of usable things, you're looking at 4, maybe 5 things. And all the stuff that you need for those 4, maybe 5 things to upgrade all of them isn't all that hard to find. You spend, give it like 2-3 hours and you can literally upgrade like fucking everything max level that you need in Ghost of Tsushima. It's not that hard. That just means the economics of the game isn't fleshed out. Yeah, or they're trying to make it way too overly complicated. I completely agree with you, Blue.
Which means that most likely you'll be swapping back and forth with this stuff constantly to just max out your health and your damage output.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, like, it doesn't really fix...
Yeah, they did that with Dark Souls, they did that with Elden Ring, Bloodborne, like, they did it with all of them. Yeah, absolutely. They did it with all of them, for sure. And it's like, just make it simple. Just absolutely make it simple. So I'll dump all my R&D into X armor and weapons. Yeah, 100%.
Underlying issue of it feeling like the enemies are just soaking up all your attacks and abilities. It just feels like they're trying to encourage the player to use Yasuke for all of this stuff. And why not? I mean, the dude just fucking annihilates everything that gets in his way.
But again, that's the thing too. It's open combat. Yasuke should, for all intents and purposes, be the one in open combat. Naoe should be for as little as possible in open combat. She shouldn't, like, ultimately and ideally, she would never be in open combat. Ever. Because that's not her thing. The weapons that she's carrying aren't designed to sit there and go through armor. She's not the biggest person in the world. She's not the strongest person in the world. But she's very nimble. She's very stealthy. She's very quick. And the stuff that she uses primarily is to either impale. If she has to crack through armor, she can just impale with her katana. But most of the time, she's going to end up slitting a throat. She's going to stab somebody in through the armpit. Things like that, right? This all makes complete sense. I'm not, like... I see what he's saying, but I think that kind of goes into that forced playability thing that I was talking about earlier, where here's open combat, great, but open combat should be happening with Yasuke, not Naoe. Same thing with Tenchu, by the way. Tenchu literally would ramp up the fucking difficulty on you. The original Tenchu would ramp up the difficulty on you by 1,000,000% if you just sat there and tried to take everybody on all at once. Like, you would never, ever, ever survive in open combat with more than one person against you, right? You just wouldn't. Why? Because it doesn't matter whether you're Rikimaru or whether you're Ayame, you're supposed to be a shinobi. You're not supposed to be fighting in open combat unless it's obviously for game purposes the boss of that particular level. That makes sense. Everything else you're supposed to be doing stealthily.
Pretty damn violently too, man. Like cutting people's heads off like they're Frankfurt sausages or hoisting them up in the air like the goddamn Kurgan or something. One of the main finishes for the Kanabo has him just towering over someone and then smashing their skull in. Like, yikes.
You got knocked the fuck out!
Very early on as well, I found a piece of armor that had a stat on it which let me block and parry the red attacks, the ones which I'd normally have to avoid. And then from that point on, it just made the combat sequences laughable.
Yeah.
Laughable.
I can see that.
It's like that bit in Final Fantasy VII where you get to play alongside Sephiroth, and he just goes around one-shotting all the enemies that have kicked your ass for the past 10 hours.
Yep. And that's it.
The problem is when playing as Yasuke, it just doesn't feel like an Assassin's Creed game. Because two of the main components which make up the vast majority of the series, that being the stealth and the parkour, are more or less just completely gone. Replaced with this dude who's just built like a linebacker and about as inconspicuous as a pea stain on a suede couch.
I mean, the dude's literally walking around in gold and purple armor with a silver helmet, a giant fuck-off naginata, an equally fuck-off giant bow, and a katana that probably weighs as much as I do. Oh yeah, and he's also got bird feathers coming out of the top of the helmet, so he looks like a silver pineapple. Like, yeah, he's pretty conspicuous.
I mean, he does get the bow as a ranged weapon, which can be used to an extent to remain stealthy, but your max arrow count for the bow is pretty low. Not to mention, his other ranged weapon, the Teppo, is about as unstealthy as it possibly gets.
Well, yeah, it's a gun.
So they're definitely trying to force you into the more direct approach. His version of Naoe's assassination, for instance, is a brutal assassination, where he first gets someone's attention by shouting at them, before then just turning them into a human piñata.
Face me!
Damn. And let's not also...
Yeah, he gets a gun. I mean, at this point in feudal Japan, guns were being introduced. It makes sense. And I don't have a problem with that, but again, that's about as subtle as a napalm enema. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's weird. It's really, really weird. There's no subtlety. And I can also see what he's saying because there's this massive dichotomy between what Naoe does and what Yasuke does. And sure, to your point, it probably does break up the monotony a little bit and make things a little bit more interesting. You don't want to do the Assassin's Creed typical thing anymore, and you just want to like go out there and fucking bash people's heads in and stomp on their heads like you're stomping on a birthday cake or, you know, shit like that. That's great. Fine. But maybe it's just me if there's really no point in playing Yasuke other than when you have specific enemies or bosses that need to be tanked. There's really no point in having him there.
Forget that he's built like a goddamn brick shithouse, which means that definitely climbing up the side of buildings, grappling up pagodas, or leaping gracefully from rooftop to rooftop is just out of the question.
That's a good thing, though, because he shouldn't be doing that.
He can literally just run right through certain walls as well, like he's the Kool-Aid man, and running into enemies is going to knock them on their ass. And if you do a leap of faith from any of the viewpoints, he'll just fall to the ground like a total klutz, and then make some kind of remark about how dumb he looked.
Okay.
Any landing you can walk away from is good enough.
In the game.
You know what? I'll give him that. Good idea. I like the fact that they understand this man's wearing probably about the same amount of weight in armor that he actually weighs. It's gonna really hurt. And he's not built for that kind of thing. I think that's great. Good on them.
Game's defense, though, this does all make sense. Do you know what I mean? Given the dude is decked out in full samurai body armor, is well over 6 foot tall, and probably weighs well over 200 pounds. But that doesn't change the fact that when you're playing as him, it just feels like an entirely different game. Not to mention, like, I'm starting to wonder if it even makes sense how we're seeing out Yasuke's experiences at all. I mean, I thought this whole thing was taking place inside the Animus, right? Which means I'm accessing my ancestors' memories and witnessing their life events through my own eyes. But then, how am I able to see both Yasuke and Naoe's experiences if this is the same one strand?
I have an explanation for this, and it's very, very, very simple. It's because Ubisoft stopped giving a shit about the Animus stuff unless it's being used as a novelty MacGuffin to allow you to go to these different places a long time ago. They stopped giving a shit about the Animus. They stopped giving a shit about all the stuff that it can do a long ass time ago. So at this point, it's literally just MacGuffin that allows you to do thing. Don't ask specific questions because there are no answers.
I mean, if that's the case, then these two must somehow be related, right? With Assassin's Creed Syndicate as an example, this made perfect sense because both the lead characters were twins. Some of Yasuke's unique missions, for instance, are these ones that go into vivid detail on how he trained to become a samurai, and then everything that happened to him while he served with Nobunaga. But then it's also able to show me all the stuff that Naoe did as well. Like, it doesn't make any sense, does it?
Trust me. Follow my instruction.
Or maybe it does make sense, considering the whole Animus subplot has been a bit of an afterthought for almost a decade now.
Yeah.
And I think what it really just boils down to is that they're just trying to offer up two different playstyles. Letting the player choose if they want to go in as Yasuke and just cut everyone's head off, or be a bit more subtle as Naoe and take the less direct approach.
Yeah, that's really all it is. They don't care about the Animus.
Is that this is Assassin's Creed, and the whole series is supposed to be about the less direct approach. Do you know what I mean? The approach where you stab someone through a rice paper wall before they even know what hit them. And yeah, like I know this is also the same series where you engaged in all-out naval combat in the Caribbean Ocean, but at the end of all of that, like, Edward Kenway was still getting up there close and personal with that hidden blade.
That's true.
Got the gist.
For most of the main story missions here, you can choose who you want to play as, but for quite a few of them, you've got no choice, and have to experience things as Yasuke. So yeah, like, I get why this might piss certain people off. The good news, at least, is that the XP you earn for one character does carry over to the other, and there's gear that is unique to both of them.
Okay.
So you don't ever feel like you're wasting your time, and you're not going to be under-leveled if you spend a few hours as an hour or vice versa.
Okay, that's actually a good thing. I do like that. I actually do like that. They're not, in that aspect, aspect, they're not trying to waste your time. That I do respect. That's really good.
What is weird, though, is that at certain points you can choose between them for a boss fight. And then, in what's an absolute wasted opportunity, during these fights, the other character is just absent the entire time. I don't know, like they've gone off to take a shit or something. And I was really hoping for some kind of assistance or tag team moment during these instances. You know, kind of like the stuff they did in Arkham Knight.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Arkham Knight had a lot of thought and effort and time and love put into it. Unfortunately, when it comes to Assassin's Creed games for quite a while now, love is not something I would typically associate with the games.
Either way, though, I definitely enjoyed playing as Naue the most here. Simply because that's when it felt the most like Assassin's Creed. You know, the name of the game itself. One of the first ninja games I first ever really played was the original Tenchu on the PlayStation.
Yep.
And in some ways, almost 30 years later, kind of feels like I'm right back there again.
Which is fantastic, by the way.
Sneaking across rooftops at nighttime and slitting the throats of samurai while they've got their backs turned. Versus playing as Yasuke, where I run around and cave someone's torso in with a giant club. I also do want to briefly touch on the criticism over the historical accuracy and the so-called lack of respect towards Japanese culture, which is a
Welcome
weird
back,
statement,
Medicine.
you know what I mean? Given
Assassin's Creed games never really got off their feet solely for their hand-to-hand gameplay. Like Arkham, they improved, but Arkham does it way too better. Oh yeah, Arkham is one of any of the Arkham games for the most part. Generally speaking, you're not going to find anything outside of Shadow of Mordor or Shadow of Middle-earth, right? You're never going to find the type of hand-to-hand or weapon combat in any other game like you did with the Nemesis system, which is just one of the best. It just is.
in every single other game in the franchise.
Yes.
And what I've always thought is cool about this series is the way they combine the factual with the fantasy, letting you explore this slice of time long since past, but also adding in enough of the weird fictional made-up stuff to keep the whole thing interesting and unique. And off the back of that, it is kind of odd to see people bring this stuff up in regards to Yasuke and how it's not portraying his character 100% true to life, considering this is the same series where you've got Leonardo da Vinci making guns and poison darts, or the same series where you fight creatures from Greek and Irish mythology. It's like watching that episode of Doctor Who and complaining about how historically inaccurate it is that Vincent van Gogh hopped into the TARDIS. Wait, is it Van Gogh or Van Gogh? Or that Genghis Khan learned how to skateboard in Bill and Ted. And in fact, I think if anything, Shadows is more historically accurate, considering it doesn't have any of the supernatural or mythological elements, at least not in the base game.
Okay, but to be fair, the studio behind Middle-earth is gone? Yeah, they're gone. But to be fair, okay, the reason why, and I understand what he's saying in terms of like the weirdness and stuff like that. To be fair, though, everybody who's just saying, oh, well, they're being racist, they're fucking stupid. Everybody knows that they're not trying to be racist. Everybody knows that they're trying to make something. The problem is that they're not doing things the right way, right? So when they get caught using AI, right? Because the AI decided, oh, we're going to put a banner in for an organization or a Japanese group, but that group doesn't exist for another 400 years, but we're too lazy to actually sit there and research it. And we just use it, That's disrespect. That's the problem, right? Oh, here's a shrine, right? Here's a shrine that most people aren't allowed to take pictures of. Most people aren't allowed to take video of. Most people aren't allowed to use its likenesses for commercial success. But we're going to do it anyway. That's disrespect. Oh, here's the thing. We're going to sit there and use literally one guy, right? Might as well be from fucking Twitch chat, who sits there and says, no, Yasuke was absolutely 1,000,000% totally like a samurai from head to toe. He was born a fucking samurai, right? He fucking sliced his mother in half after he came out. And it's like, no, that's just called lazy. That's where the disrespect is, right? Like that's the whole point. They're not coming out and going, oh, well, he's black, so of course he's a samurai. No, they're not doing stupid shit like that. What they're doing is they're just being lazy about everything, and they're not taking their time, and they just keep shoving their foot up their own ass by sitting there and going, oh man, shit, it'd be really cool if we had something on display to show people at this convention that we're at. Oh, I know, fuck. Wait a minute. What does Yasuke? Oh, that's right. Yasuke uses a katana. So then they go to a fucking vendor that's 3 doors down. They buy a katana, and then somebody writes in fucking Sharpie on a white piece of paper that they fold in half, Yasuke's sword, and come to find out the goddamn thing is from One Piece. That's disrespect and laziness. You see what I mean?
Just fighting the same regular humans, are the samurai, ronin, or shinobi. As for it being disrespectful, well, that's kind of laughable as well. I mean, as an example, one of the main side tasks is going around to the dozens of different religious shrines and praying, either as Naoe or Yasuke. There's another side task where you paint the local wildlife by sneaking up on them quietly.
Again, to my point, and I understand what he's saying. Oh, yes, you know, going to the different shrines and praying, fine. But those big-ass Buddha, yeah, you're not supposed to be able to use that or have permission to use that in any commercial venture. And they didn't care. They did it anyway. That's the problem. It's not, oh, well, hey, let's stop off at this tiny little shrine and pray to it. We were able to do that in fucking Ghost of Tsushima and nobody gave a shit. It's the other stuff.
At least so they're not disturbed. During the cinematics, characters all adhere to the basic social protocols, almost to a boring degree. And there's even one whole mission chain where you need to be taught the proper etiquette for a traditional tea ceremony.
We drink from a common bowl. Each turns it slightly to the right. In this way, the front, the most beautiful part of the bowl, faces the host and other guests as a sign of humility.
Is there anything else I should know?
Then having to remember what you've learned shortly after that during the real thing so you don't blow your cover. Or, I don't know, how about the fact that there's an entire fucking codex in here with pages and pages of historical details on all factors of Japanese life at the time.
Which, by the way, is actually really, really cool. I do like the whole Japanese tea ceremony thing, and I actually do like all the history and everything that they have in there. That is really, really cool. Good on them.
From all the different cities and settlements through to pages on religious aspects like the Torii Gates. I guess my point is that...
Oh, that was another one, by the way. The Torii Gate. You want to talk about disrespect? Sure, let's talk about disrespect. How about the fact that one of the posters had a fucking broken Torii Gate, and literally it was because somebody was too stupid and too lazy to realize that that particular Torii Gate that they took a picture of so they could use it in the fucking background was because that Torii Gate is literally all that's left of the original Torii Gate that was fucking absolutely eviscerated during the dropping of the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. You see what I mean? Like, that's just called lazy and being so completely obtuse that you can't put two and two together.
To have that kind of discussion and bring up that criticism in regards to shadows, well, then you also need to start looking 20-something years back when we were getting into fist fights with the Pope.
Okay, this is a good point, but here's a caveat to that. You want to know why beating the shit out of a character like this in a game like Assassin's Creed is okay, but doing things the way that they did and shoving their foot up their own ass constantly with Assassin's Creed Shadows is a bad thing? Specifically because over the years, the Catholic Church has found more than its fair share of controversy. Not to mention, anybody who actually gave a shit about this particular pope has been dead for God knows how many hundreds of years. And it's a completely different Catholic Church now. Even back when this game came out, it was a completely different Catholic Church versus what it was hundreds of years ago when you are here specifically kicking the ever-living crap out of this particular pope. So nobody gives a shit. Japanese culture and Japanese history is still very heavily ingrained in today's Japanese culture and in today's world, right? It just is. People aren't walking around with katana all over the place. That's not happening. But the reasons as to why things are done the way that they are done in Japanese culture are still incredibly the same thing that they were in 1600s Japan. Or in this case, I think they said it was like 1579 or whatever the fuck, right? It's still the same way. And it's still being run by a group of people who use the same values and a lot of the same things and a lot of the same reasoning that they did back then, which is why in a lot of ways, yes, Japan is the fucking technological juggernaut that it's been since the 1970s, but it's also insanely antiquated, right? It'd be like, as much as I hate to put it this way, because I'm not trying to insult anybody, but it'd be like literally they go, next game we're going to do Assassin's Creed Arabs. And then all of a sudden now you're fighting the Prophet Muhammad. And you mean to tell me that would be okay? You know what I mean? Like it's the same kind of disrespect. And that's what people don't seem to understand.
That's how I was to believe you.
Overall, there's just so much stuff here to get distracted by, and even at the 30 or so hour mark, I'd barely scratched the surface of what was on offer. And while that is a good thing, kind of, it's also definitely hard to not be fatigued by all the repetition, considering when you break the whole thing down, you're really just doing the same few activities over and over. Like picking up all those resources to improve your hideout, for instance, or upgrade your weapons, all of which is done through the same few missions handed out at all the various scout locations on the map. And every single one of these is just infiltrating the same looking enemy camp, and then either stealing the resources, assassinating a key figure, or killing everyone in the area. There might be like a bit of variation to the layouts of the enemies and the items, but this is the exact same mechanic every single time.
Right, but again, to be fair, that's predominantly what you're going to end up with in most games that have this kind of gameplay.
Like I mentioned earlier as well, instead of outposts to capture, Shadows has castles, which are these enemy encampments where you need to find and kill those samurai in the area, before then unlocking a chest within the castle to get that legendary gear. And again, it is the exact same process every time I'm picking these guys off one by one, then just climbing up to that tower to open the chest. I also found the vendor UI in this thing to be incredibly tedious, especially when dismantling items or trying to sell my stuff off. Because you can only do this for one item at a time, which means having to sit there waiting 2 to 3 seconds for it to process, whilst you clear out your inventory bit by bit. And why they didn't just include some kind of bulk sell or bulk dismantle option is beyond me.
Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, it's not good.
It's also kind of hard to not feel like the story's dragging its heels a bit, and even by the 30-hour mark, when I'd finally dealt with all those 12 members, the story was still going. Now with this whole epilogue sequence where it essentially splits into two directions, with both characters still having like a half a dozen or so different missions to get completed before you finally hit those end credits. And it's like, there is such a thing as too much stuff going on.
Yes.
If you've got a dozen different plot lines and missions going at once, well, then you start to forget where your actual goals are, and it just makes the whole thing feel directionless.
That's true.
Is there anything else I should know?
And it's kind of hard not to feel like none of it really matters, because it's just another thing you're trying to get through for the sake of finishing it.
Not to mention, and I agree with him on this point, but unfortunately, that is also a massive staple of Assassin's Creed. They throw everything at you at the very beginning, like the first 4 hours. So after the 4-hour mark, you got like fucking 50-something things that you have to do. And 90% of them have nothing to do with the main storyline. So you can literally just skip all of that bullshit, wander around a little bit, find some cool armor, find some cool weapons, maybe some disposables, I guess you'd call them, like grenades and shit like that, right? But all in all, really, if you're smart, all you have to do is just make your way in a roundabout way to the main bad guy and and stab him through the neck, and then that's it. Now you can move on to the next thing, and nobody actually gives a shit about the secondary stuff. You know? That could be a good thing. Sadly, shit like Outlaws exists, and its hallways of doing main objective. I mean, like, again, I don't think secondary things or secondary quests are a bad thing, but I do agree that too much of a thing can be a bad thing. And the way that Ubisoft has done it for 20 years now, especially with Assassin's Creed, is you're at hour 4. At the 4-hour mark, you've got 50 some odd things in your quest list that say need to be done. When in reality, there's like maybe 6 things that you actually have to do to progress. You know what I mean? And then it's like, okay, then why worry about any of the other shit? Let's just get the main thing done. Because that's the fun stuff. You know? Like, too much of a thing can absolutely be a bad thing, even though, generally speaking, it's a good thing. Sounds like Far Cry. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, it's too much. Too much.
It's too much. It's too much.
At the end of the day, like, I'm not going to sit here and recommend or not recommend this thing to anyone because, like I said before, this is the kind of game series where people have already made their minds up.
True.
Did I enjoy the whole thing, though? Well, yeah, I did.
I can't deny a certain something.
And I'm sure there's going to be a whole bunch of people out there who will pick up on stuff and complain about it, but the fact of the matter is that despite all the delays and the drama, Ubisoft have still managed to deliver another solid entry into a series which really has become the video game equivalent of fast food. Are we going to be talking about this one for the decades to come? Well, probably not. But if you're looking for something to sink a couple of weeks into while you wait for Doom: The Dark Ages or the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, well, then damn, dog, you could do a hell of a lot worse.
Hey, you know what? I think that's fair.
Scatter your hate into the wind.
Yeah, that's honestly, I'm gonna give him a like. Please. Here's the address to the video. please give it a like. I like his stuff. I'm already subscribed, but at the very least, please go like the video. I would greatly appreciate it. Not that necessarily G-Man Lives needs any of my help whatsoever, but you know how it is with YouTube. Every subscription counts, every like counts, and I don't want to show any video on here without attribution. So yeah, please go do it, because to be completely honest with you, I think this is probably going to be one of the most objective videos on the subject that we're ever going to have. If I'm being honest, like I really think he did a fantastic job keeping it really, really objective, talking about things that he thought were really well done, talking about things that he thought it was still lacking. You know, the problem with Assassin's Creed games in general versus things that are just superfluous and things that just really overall don't matter. He did get a couple of things, I think, a little bit oversimplified in terms of, oh, well, you know, everything is racist. I think that there's a small group of people who are going to sit there and say, oh, well, it's racist because he's black, right? Or it's racist because they're not respecting the Japanese and they don't have any examples to bring to the table. But it's unfortunately a lot more nuanced than that, and I wished he had done a little bit more research. But overall, I think this is a pretty damn good job at staying objective when it comes to how the game is, how it's played, how it feels, and so on. You know what I mean? There's a difference between racist and insensitive. Yeah, there is. There absolutely is. I think it's just... like, if anybody sits there and goes, oh, hey, well, you know, I mean, Assassin's Creed is racist because they're saying that, you know, Yasuke is a samurai and they're only saying it because he's black. Well, okay, yeah, but first off, you're full of shit. It's way more fucking nuanced than that. Second, and this is the more important thing, it has nothing to do with them making him a samurai. It had everything to do with them advertising it as being historically accurate and then making him a samurai because literally they got one guide and didn't take the time to fact check. And again, maybe it's because they're French. I don't know. So maybe something was lost in translation there, but they also sure as shit didn't emphasize the fact that they were taking things that were historical and then making their own story. They didn't do that until after everybody came out and started shitting on them because of the whole Yasuke thing, because they ended up getting one guide. You know what I mean? So it's definitely a hell of a lot more nuanced than that, for sure. But again, I think this is probably going to be one of the more objective videos that you're probably going to see when it comes to Assassin's Creed Shadows, because generally speaking on YouTube, most people are going to go, oh, Assassin's Creed is going to suck like 8 dicks at once, or Assassin's Creed Shadows is, you know, the fucking best game ever, and, you know, everybody out there who is saying that they're racist, nah bro, you're racist. And it's okay. And again, there's going to be a lot of people who, just because they fall for clickbait and everything, are going to use those videos. But in my opinion, I think this is going to be the best one. I really do. So please go give it a like. I would highly, highly, highly appreciate it. At least they don't say he's a slave. What do you mean they? Who do you mean by they, Bloop? Because the only reason I'm asking is because at the very beginning, they actually did talk about how there is an entire prologue that happens in a cutscene, basically, where Yasuke is found adrift at sea, and he's brought to Japan by, I guess sneeze, hang on. There we go. By Portuguese Jesuits. And then was taken by Oda Nobunaga initially as a slave, and then it basically you don't hear or see anything about Yasuke for another 10 hours once time has sped up by about 5 years. So you see his origin, and then there's nothing for 5 years, and then you see where he's a samurai. So they skipped all the controversial stuff, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, because that's a fight I don't think anybody wants to get into. You know what I mean? Me personally, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think they dodged a massive bullet, and I think they did a pretty decent job. I'll be honest. I think they did a pretty decent job with dodging that bullet. I think it was a good call on their part, for sure. Come on, Rogue Trader. Anytime. Okay, hang on 1 second. I gotta get a thing. All right. Bull the Emperor. All right, where are we? I don't even know. Where the hell do they want me to go? Oh, probably that way, I would assume, right?
Let us walk this path to the end.
Did you see that? They almost knocked us out of the air. Some bumbling idiot's going to regret that when he's dragged before the Lord Captain for questioning and trial.
Trial?
I do not think the rogue trader should take a personal interest in a common crackpot. Summary execution will be sufficient.
Summary execution will absolutely be sufficient. 1 gorillion%.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Show them no mercy.
Oh, no, wait. Barnabas can go here. Abelard can go here. Idira can go here. What's her name? Can go over here. Shit. Okay, that'll have to do.
Out of my way.
Can I fall back now? Will do. Be gone.
Nice. 2 of them dead right off the bat. I love her ranged.
Hold on.
Deliver us. My profession has failed me.
Quick.
guided by faith.
Yeah, he's one of ours.
Doubt is for the weak.
Oh my god, you missed on an 85, you idiot.
Faith without deeds is worthless. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Oh god.
Let's get to it.
Scared yet? On in, maggot.
She just vaporized two of her own guys. That's amazing. I love it so much. Okay, Abelard.
A tactically sound approach.
An exemplary strike.
True.
I will not. Your corrupt way has failed you.
We got at least two guys over there.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
You hear that, guys? She's read tomes. We are so fucking lucky.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Duty demands. If I may.
Perfect.
At your beck and call. One fewer target.
Moving out.
Here we go. Let's get to it. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Cover me.
What an unfortunate
Nice.
turn of fate.
God, she's so good with that.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
How? Jesus Christ, lady.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. I will not. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Oh my god.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh my god. Is the game good? I am having a blast with this game.
I should have foretold that.
It will be done. Reduced to dust. My enemies shall be crushed like dust beneath my feet.
Yeah.
Let this be the warning to all who oppose us.
This actually, believe it or not, this actually plays a lot like, Baldur's Gate 3, but with more rules.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I must not falter.
Nice. Yeah, this actually plays a lot like Baldur's Gate 3 with more rules and stuff like that. So, honestly, I have a really, really good time with it. And it definitely helps that I really love the
The Divine watches over us.
the 40K universe. Blind Madman? What the fuck? My eyes, if you got them, please give them back. Even just one. Oof. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, that's a bad day. Bro having a really rough time. Lucky Jasper. I'm interested to see what they do with the KOTOR remake. I don't know if they're doing KOTOR 2, though. I hope so. I'm actually really, really hoping that when they do finally come out with the KOTOR remake, that it's... And this is gonna sound dumb, but bear with me. I really, really hope that it's going to be, in terms of fighting, Souls-like. Even if it's to the extent of, say, like, Jedi Survivor or Jedi Fallen Order, I think that combat for KOTOR would be great. And being able to switch between all the different characters on the fly, I think that would be awesome. But we'll have to wait and see.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
What the? Okay. Pronounce false sight, all will be revealed? What? Oh, shit, okay. Sounds demanding. Well, I mean, think about it this way, right? Back in the day with the original KOTOR, what was so great about it was at any point you could pause the game and switch to another character, right? That's cool. The problem is that because of the technology at the time and because of the way RPGs at the time were done, even though it was groundbreaking, unfortunately that kind of combat system no longer works. So you're really only left with two kinds of combat systems that would work for that kind of RPG. Either something like Jedi Fallen Order, right, or those Souls-like games, but still allow you to switch back and forth between characters, say like hit a button on the controller and it'll pause the game and then you can switch to another character, or something along the lines of what we're seeing here or what we see in Baldur's Gate 3 with CRPGs. Because the problem is, where do you go? Right? Where do you go from the system that they had? There's unfortunately nowhere to go. The system was antiquated before it came out, and then again more so in KOTOR 2. Yeah, but again, even that system, for what it is insanely antiquated. So now what you're doing is and again, this is the problem that when I say you, I mean they. So now what you're doing is you're taking an antiquated system and swapping it out for yet another antiquated system that became antiquated so fast, most people don't even remember the game exists anymore. You know what I mean? So it's like, if you choose from either of those two systems, you're kind of fucking and pigeonholing yourself, because there are so many other systems that work immensely better. Like, hey, take it for what it's worth. I've never played Dragon Age Veilguard, but I will say that the gameplay that we see, the combat in Dragon Age Veilguard, is, if nothing else, interesting. But they didn't use KOTOR's system. That's the whole thing. They never did. It was a proprietary thing to Squaresoft. It was, even in FF12, it's completely different. Because FF12 was trying to bridge the gap, right? Did they succeed? Kinda. But they were trying to bridge the gap between real-time combat and turn-based, and for that one specific game, it kind of worked. But that's also given the type of game that they wanted to make. You couldn't take that system and put it into KOTOR. It wouldn't work. It just wouldn't. You couldn't take that system and put it into any CRPG. You couldn't take that system and put it into literally any other game, because it just doesn't fit. Right? But what you can do is you can take something like the CRPG approach and make that work. Much as I don't think that would go very well. I don't think that'd go over very well with a lot of people. The other thing that you could do is you could do more like the Souls-like, or even call it Jedi Fallen Order or Jedi Outcast approach, where it is definitely more like a Souls-like, but hit a button and it pauses the combat, and you can switch on the fly to another character, and then hit that button again, and now you're back into real-time combat. That I could see working really, really well. But unfortunately, because of how old KOTOR 1 and 2 are, in my opinion, those are really the only two systems that you're going to get where it actually, where it's actually going to work. Because you can't do first person, right? It's already third person, but you definitely don't want to turn it into Mass Effect third person shooter, right? Because even Mass Effect's third person shooter is insanely fucking antiquated at this point, all of them. You can't do it Gears of War style. You can't do it really in any other way. So it's like they're kind of only relegated to two systems, and one of them just doesn't fit the profile because it was never a CRPG to begin with. The young shaggy-haired soldier is still pale nonetheless as you approach. He holsters his pistol, the hallmark of good discipline, gives you a somewhat frightened but genuine smile. Thank you, my lord. You arrived in the nick of time. I don't know what those babbling creeps wanted with me, but it definitely wasn't anything good. Are you unharmed, soldier? All thanks to you, my lord. Those blind lunatics are all over the place right now, all over the city right now. These rebels, damn them to the void, go around maiming anyone they get their hands on and scorching their eyes. Then they leave the poor sods, driven mad by the pain, to wander the streets babbling nonsense. He lowers his voice and adds with gravity, "The command doesn't want anyone to talk about it, but I've heard whispers that it's not just some nonsense, it's heresy. Actual heresy. Because listening to it scrambles your brain. It made one patrolman freeze in his tracks while the blind mob got hold of him and carried him from his post off to who knows where." "Who are you?" "Lucky Jaspar, the governor's aide and personal vox operator. I was dispatched to the starport on special orders," the young man proclaims, desperately trying to tame his tousled hair. "And what exactly were you doing here on your own?" "Following Governor Medina's special instructions, namely," he grits his teeth with a pained expression furrowing his brow. "Oh, right. It's a secret assignment. I can't talk about it." Onside, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing? Let me see. I'll do number one. Yeah. "I am a rogue trader. Why don't I simply order you to tell me everything? It is well within my rights." "A rogue trader?" After casting a quick glance over your gear, he nods in understanding. "Oh, so you must be from the House von Valancius' ship. The starport's Auger surveillance station reported that it had detected your ship entering the system. Then you, Heave 2, sent a shuttle and another unidentified ship, a very strange one at that, and then that ship departed." My second playthrough right now, and you can glitch out the enemy's system, and I can't describe it any other way, relies on mutual battle consent. Cancel it and you can easily glitch it out or ruin pathfinding for enemies. Yeah, you can. Jasper pauses for a second, then mumbles, "But, the Auger surveillance station's reports are not to be disclosed to third parties, but you know that already, don't you?" "Well, alright, if you really are a rogue trader, I'll tell you everything." "So why did they send you to the starport?" "I'm supposed to deliver updated Vox codes and, how should I put it, assess the situation. The planet is a real mess at the moment. The rebels have found their way into our VoxNet and are eavesdropping. This made proper communication impossible. The hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium had sent out a distress call before it went dark. And who knows what's happening even in the system. There's been a riot on Ricardiphilia, the prison planetoid. Urak 5 station is silent, although the navigators there have always been a reclusive bunch. I was hoping I'd be lucky enough to run into a pilot or captain here who would give me an update, but that's hardly a possibility right now. Rebels are blasting anything that tries to land out of the sky with their damn cannon." He stops talking a little too abruptly. "There's something else you are hiding from me, isn't there? More classified secrets?" Jasper looks away. "It's nothing classified, just personal. There's another reason why I'm here. My betrothed is missing. Raquel Vicari, the esteemed Yvain Winterscale's personal pilot. When the riot reports came from Ricardiphilia, Lord Yvain headed there personally. Then the rebellion started down here, and we lost communication. No one knows how they're doing up there." "Hey, Sober, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?" "You know what I'm afraid of? That they'll come back and those rebel scumbags will shoot them out of the sky. I wanted to find a place that was high up, set up a Voxcaster there and send them a transmission. The sky is closed off, don't try to land. But I didn't make it in time. Those blind dogs chased after me and I was running. I tripped and broke the caster." He hangs his head sadly. "I worry for her. She's an excellent pilot, but I still worry." Abelard shakes his head disapprovingly, but his eyes are understanding. "That is why all members of a Void Ship clan are share the same employment. No matter how devoted a servant of the Emperor is to their duty, there is always the danger that family ties might disrupt regulations and order." Worry not, for your Raquel is alive. I met her on Ricardiphilia. Really? That's marvelous. May the Emperor protect you for 1,000 years and then 1,000 more for bringing me such good news. He beams in elation. I'll name my firstborn after you, I swear. In fact, I'll name all my children after you. Not too bad, Bit Poop today. Slept like arsewallop. Fair. But art projects are happening. There was gaming, and I got a walk-in. Hell yeah, dude. Do you think the governor can handle the rebellion? Jasper mumbles evasively. Well, obviously, I'm not some pessimist to say otherwise. I won't tell anyone. You really won't? Well, then, if you ask me, things are pretty rotten. His words come flying at the rate of stubber fire. Those rebels are strange. We would have easily quelled the normal riot. We're not some commoners, we're Ricardians, the naval elite of House Winterscale. But those people, they're vicious. They know no fear. And their attacks, they're so precise. It's like they know what's going to happen ahead of time. The command executed 7 officers on suspicion of espionage, but it's not about spying. They say the leader of the rebels is some two-faced Aurora who can see into the future. Now she is the real danger. How dare you speak of Glut Shitto? Yadira scoffs and rubs her hands together in excitement. She can see into the future, is that right? Well, we'll see about that. She's up against the wrong psyker. My breezy whispers may be vague, but they've not failed me once. I can tell you without asking my ethereal friends that her future doesn't look too bright now that the Lord Captain is involved. Bear. I'm looking for an interrogator of the Inquisition that may have arrived on this planet. Have you heard of anyone matching that description? Jasper's face quickly turns gray as he says, I have, but I don't know where he is now. I'm sorry, but I don't like discussing the affairs of the Inquisition. Bear. Dear is Nigerian, you just went Antonio fucking Banderas and so... No, because with Antonio Banderas, he has to emphasize things a certain way. You know what, like... Although, to be fair, any sort of... Yeah, I am Puss in Boots. To be fair, though, I can't really come up with a good accent for her. Who is Yvain Winterscale? Even though I already know the answer. The esteemed and honorable scion of the blessed rogue trader Caligos Winterscale, master of the Rykard system, at the behest of his illustrious father, or grandfather, or uncle, well, his illustrious relative, Lord Yvain took up residence on Rykard Minoris. Jasper's face betrays a fierce inner struggle before he blurts out, You know what I think? I find it curious that blessed Caligos didn't make him the ruler of our world. Lord Yvain is his blood, but it's the governor who runs us. Then why do you think he sent him here? I think he's been exiled. It's one of the accents I find hardest to replicate. I mean, that's totally fair. Yeah. I have no more questions. It was my pleasure to be of service to you, my lord. It's been nice to chat with someone normal. He glances warily at the body of the nearest blinded lunatic. I must take my leave. You're right, we shouldn't stay here, or we might run into rebels. I'll go find a safe place to watch the sky for any landing shuttles. May the Emperor protect you, my lord. Nice.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Can do everything from deep Boston to New York taxi driver and angry German, but I cannot for the life of me do Geordie or Nigerian. I've never tried Geordie, if I'm being honest. Okay, here. I want to save the game. Just in case shit goes tits up. Which it inevitably will, we know this.
The impure
There we
cannot
go.
escape their fate.
Are you ready to die?
Who am I on? Barnabas? I fucking love the music in this game, by the way. Put her there. Yeah, we'll move her up. We'll move Cassia up if and when we need to.
Out of my way! Ah! Hold on! Let's make it quick, Abelard.
Your corrupt way has
Nice.
failed you.
Here we go. Let's get to it.
Me. Fur painted black.
Nice. Get fucked.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
The Emperor commands.
Ooh, shit. Oh well, worth it.
Let's get to it.
Hold on. Let's make it quick.
Nice.
Rejoice in battle!
Nice.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury! I'll do it.
Nice.
High momentum.
At your beck and call. I took care of this one.
Oh, okay, well, that works too. Didn't hit the guy I wanted to, but killed the guy behind him.
Let's get to it. Here we go.
Stop it!
Die! Die! Let's get to it.
Oh, Emperor.
he just fucking blew himself up. That's awesome.
Rejoice in service.
That's amazing.
And so it shall be done.
Oh, my mouse just died. Hang on. There we go. All right, Cassia, I need you. I need you more than ever, girly. Come on.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. I'm not accustomed to this style of grace, at least.
Nice.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Rejoice!
I know what is to come.
As the Emperor commands, each strike is a prayer.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Doubt is for the weak. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. I'll do it. I refuse.
Oh my god. Jesus. Come on.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Please. Oh god, she's stupid.
Follow my lead.
Hold on.
I will avenge you.
I will not.
I'll take it. That's actually another thing I really, really love about this game is, even if a person goes down after the battle's over, everybody's fine. I love that. Consumables here. Okay, she's got a fresh injury. Consumables. She's got a fresh injury.
Not this Grayer's job.
Oh, well. Fuck me then. Jesus, lady.
For the Emperor! Your wounds shall not be your end.
Injuries will not slow me.
They better not.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging and sobbing and...
I owe you one.
I'm really glad I stopped that. I really didn't need to hear it. Judging by the caustic smell and oily stains, Promethium was previously stored here and must have fallen into the hands of the heretics. Oh! Good. Wait, what do they have? Crippled leg? Agility is reduced by 20, movement points are reduced by half. Can't be removed and fully healed on the Void Ship's bridge. Okay. Fair enough.
The duty prevails.
What was that? Hang on. No dodge penalty, 35%. Death World Origin, light flak armor. Base armor property, plus 10% parry chance against melee attacks. World property, plus 5 agility. I'll give her that, so she's only minus 5 on agility. Look at this whole area is so cool. One thing I absolutely love about the 40K series when it comes to video games is if you have all the graphics cranked, like, there is no discerning, especially when you move the camera around, there is no discerning this from somebody who spent thousands of hours putting together a battle board. It looks so good. I love it.
Cast your eye there.
Oh. Trap. Disarm.
Stop. There.
Jesus. Okay.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge. A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance. Experience? Nothing matters more. Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
South African accents. You know what I thought would be really cool to learn at some point? Afrikaans. The insurgents walked in a crowd right across the mine barrier, seemingly oblivious to the fear of death. Oh, that's lovely.
Change is coming. The edge is nigh.
The blinded ones are harmless. No sense in shooting them and drawing attention.
Fire on the nearest target! Don't kill the tech priest! We need to take him alive!
Oh, shit.
What's he doing? Fall back!
May knowledge be thy fate. Let the cycle be discontinued.
Yeah, tech priests really don't fuck around at all. His name is Pascal. The man dressed in crimson should not have survived the explosion like that. However, he is alive. You hear the wheezing of the respirator that covers half his face.
Not another step. Flee, for I am death.
Jesus.
By the throne! What is that servant of the Omnissiah made of? Adamantine? Ah, placid.
Abelard clutches his head as his ocular implant is racked with a wave of interference. I am rogue trader Barnabas von Valencius. I mean you no ill.
I identify you as a member of a high stratum belonging to Rogue Trader House von Valencius. I am detecting no need for confrontation.
Oh, good.
The convoy received an order to meet you. It is no longer functional. Therefore, I propose that we continue to advance to the rendezvous point with the governor's soldiers.
The tech priest stares resolutely forward, his mechadendrite tentacles rising gracefully around his hunched figure, which is illuminated by the flames of the smoldering remains of the machine. Who are you?
I identify as Magus Pascal Hanema of the priesthood of Mars. By the grace of the Omnissiah, I am currently assigned to the maintenance personnel of the station Altar Templum Calixis X-17.
That is a hell of a title.
Altar Templum Calixis. I have heard the name before. The station appears on House Orcelio's star charts in the Furibunda system, not far from the void colony of Footfall. You have traveled a long way to come here, esteemed Magos.
How did you manage to kill off a slew of people and blow up a sacred machine without laying a finger on it?
This was my doing.
The voices are being weird about him. They're saying garbled, conflicting things. Like they're talking about completely different people. But he's not a threat to you. Even if that's a bit hard to believe after all the fireworks.
Been watching AI Star Wars but North Korean. I'm sold. I want to watch the whole movie. Fair. You do not even know how you caused such an explosion.
The Omnissiah granted me a revelation. The spirit of this machine was dying, but it wished to perform a service, for such was its design. I sensed this and appealed to it. I do not know how I did it. I merely followed my intuition. The understanding granted by the Omnissiah was not permanent. It has left me.
Why do you wish to see the governor?
I came here to carry out a sacred mission. My mentor, Archmagus Amonat, summoned me, and I hastened to answer his call. But the rabble's unrest prevented our meeting, and I was on my way to Governor Medina to determine my mentor's current location. My escort was ordered by their commander to discontinue their movement and await to be merged with your group. Then, due to their incompetence, they let themselves be killed. It was an unacceptable complication to my task.
If the tech priest's voice carried any compassion for the dead, the dry words that crackled from his box system did not convey a shred of it. I invite you to join my retinue.
Acknowledged. Predicting successful and mutually beneficial cooperation.
Nice. Oh boy, he's got some shit we gotta do. Weapon skill. And it looks like intel and ballistic. Weapon, intel, and ballistic. Okay. So here... Weapon... Use persuasion, coercion, and commerce based on intelligence instead of fellowship. Sure. He's an operative, which I really like. Do intel. There. We'll do tech use for him. Attacks target affected by an exploit from a distance 12 cells or farther. That attack deals 15% more damage. Exposed weakness costs 0 AP. Sure. Go with that. Pinnacle of Weaponry. First attack in combat with any plasma, melta, or power weapon deals additional damage equal to 5. For the remainder of combat, the bonus damage is decreased to 2. While wearing heavy armor, Forge World characters gain +1 MP, +1 deflection, and cannot fall prone. He is Forge World, so I'll take it. Okay. Cool. Okay, we cannot go this way, which sucks, but it is what it is. And
With
now,
each step,
Jesus, bro.
I forge my destiny among the stars.
I'm gonna be honest. Almost shit my pants when he started screaming. Every one of the dead have had their eyes ruthlessly burned. Damn.
Argenta, don't you find it difficult to be without your sisters? You are a soldier without a squad.
I will fight alongside my sisters again, but my present fate is not a burden to me. No matter where I go, or who I am with, I bring death to heretics. That is what matters.
Now, if she were only better at it. Oh yeah, we gotta fuck these guys up. Sure, the machine spirits will listen to you. I bet they're real stubborn. Oh boy. Quit your whining. I've seen the tech priest do it twice. I once even brought a sensor to him. Of course they'll listen. Uh-oh. Profane violation of the algorithm. Oh, shit. I'm gonna save the game. Just no particular reason.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
No, let's not. No, we won't do that. That sounds dumb. I'm not gonna have Adira do anything like that, because that sounds really stupid and bad, and I don't want to be turned into goo. Okay, maybe I should have been turned into goo.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Maybe I should have been turned into goo. Okay. You got good news and great news. Okay. What you got? Good news is I have tomato soup. The great news is I didn't hurt myself on it. That is good and great news. You are 1,000,000% right. Oh. God, that's a risky fucking move, but I'm gonna do it.
make it quick.
I've suffered worse.
It sounds like something someone who hurt themselves on soup would say. That one could have powered the Large Hadron Collider for 10 minutes. I have in fact hurt myself on soup before. Yes, he hurt himself on a potato once.
Let's get to it.
No bullshit.
No! These ruby flushes are choking me! If I may? How dare you! Now you're clad in scarlet.
Bleached, how you doing? I cut myself on a potato, this is true. Might have had power out at work for an hour and we got sent home. I might have taken a nap that maybe lasted kind of long. Bleached, no worries. I know the feeling.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
On it.
Nice.
Let's get to it.
Time to slaughter someone.
The Emperor!
I'm also at this part in my game and I have two people who feel and now have shit stats. Shakes fist. Oh, that's not good.
And so shall it be done. Here we go.
Scared yet?
Oh, my fate shields me.
He just vaporized two of her own men. Idiot.
Reduced to dust.
Two people who fell. Ah, gotcha.
Let's get to it.
Don't frighten me.
Let's get to it.
Out of my way.
Just a minor setback.
This but a flesh wound.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
I'm a member.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Be the fire in something, please.
I'll do it.
Thank you. Sophia, how you doing? Good to see ya. Bite you in the ankle, exactly. Give me 1 second. Come on, stupid thing. Dinner looks so good. Ooh, yeah. It was so good. Speaking of, do you guys have a moment for lay food porn? In case you missed it? Would you guys like to see lay food porn? You might get jealous. Always have a moment for food porn. I thought you might. Okay. I made myself a homemade Italian sub today for dinner. Give me the porn. So that's mortadella, capricola, pepperoni, salami, provolone, lettuce with Italian seasonings and Italian dipping sauce seasoning and oil and vinegar, and pickles and banana pepper. That's what I had. And it was really good. It was really, really, really good. And it was toasted. You had me at salami. Yeah, it was really, really, really good. And it was all toasted, so hence the sexy cheese melt right here. You really gotta love the sexy cheese melt. Making me sad I cannot eat half the things on it. Oh, Sag. It was so, so, so good. I loved it.
I am his will made manifest.
God, I hope she's something made manifest. She sucked so far. Yep, still sucks. Okay, well, that's better. Body is lactose and red meat intolerant? No!
Faith without deed none can escape the Emperor's judgment. I'll do it.
Don't get bitten by ticks. Yeah, fair enough.
But of course, be gone.
Oh, this is Pascal. Pascal? I need you to do thing, please. Machine right set.
The machine gun grants me insight.
Yay! Oh, that's why.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Jesus. Okay, just putting it out there, the Omnissiah is kind of badass.
Show me what you've got.
My precious has failed me.
Yeah, the Omnissiah just completely eviscerated, like, 2 people without even thinking. I did that by sneaking in, and it took out 90% of the people. I just sat there and giggled. I almost did that, but I was afraid because it originally wanted to choose Adira, and I was like, I don't feel like being turned into goo. And then I went like 5 more feet and saw there were like 18 people there. And then I went, maybe the goo option was the better option. But, you know, it happens.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Why did they automatically line up in dick formation? What the hell is this? Hello? Anybody else see that? You can change it? I didn't realize that that was a thing that they did. This is the first time I've actually ever seen them all form up. I didn't realize dick formation was a formation, but now that I know that, I mean, it makes sense. You always go dick first.
Know your duty.
Sure, we should collect the main trophies. Leave those okay to yeah. Yeah, but it's been forever since I played either of those. And admittedly, I only played both of them, like, very little. I was brought up on, RTSs. Like, my when it comes to, like, that kind of movement, RTSs like StarCraft and StarCraft Brood War were, like, that was my shit back in the day. His proper name, the Cock and Balls Tactical Formation, is popularized by Inquisitor Schlong von Dickensider. Oh, God. A young man in a planetary guard uniform salutes you. Your lordship, Private Camilla Regius, ready to escort you to the command center for your meeting with the governor. I regret to say that the convoy sent to meet you was ambushed and took critical losses in heavy fighting against the rebels. In other words, I'm the only survivor. However, the rebel force was destroyed as well. We can set out for the command center. The success to failure ratio of combat objectives completion for this world's military speaks to its subpar efficiency. I will advise the local ruler to seek my fraternity's aid in upgrading their troops to servitor maniples. Oh, good. Ooh, I don't like that. Your uniform looks odd on you, soldier, as if it belongs to someone else. Apologies, your lordship. Soldier draws himself up and goes to adjust his gear. It's a new uniform. The guards are in a difficult situation right now, so we often get issued whatever's left, and it isn't always the right size. There's a semi-canon Crusader Kings 3 lord called Count Piss and Fartin, as I recall. Oh, God. Your mouth is full of mud, soldier. You are hiding something behind beaming hues of faith and loyalty. What is it? The soldier gulps nervously under the stern gaze of Cassia's ruby eyes. Via, I guess? In times like these, if you give in to weakness, you're done for, and I'm not done with life just yet. Idira winces, glances at you, then shakes her head. Ooh. How did you make it out alive if your entire convoy perished? The Emperor protected me, the soldier replies with confidence. I didn't run, your lordship, if that's what you're thinking. I was by my commander's side until the very end. I shot the last rebel from the gang that attacked us, but alas, I have to sneeze. Ow! The captain succumbed to his wounds, and the others had already died. The Emperor rest their souls. What can you tell me about the insurgency? The ungrateful rabble rose in rebellion against the planet's lawful governor and his lordship Caligos Winterscale, our ruler by the will of the Emperor. They are all heretics deserving of a most terrible death. Order will be restored. The guilty will be punished. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Spectre. How you doing, Spectre? Enough talking. Let's go to the command center. Yes, your lordship. We have to take this avenue. It leads from the starport right to the command center. It's a short walk. It fucking better be. Go ahead, idiot.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
What is he doing? Oh, okay, he's just following us.
Do you see that?
I see many things. Temple's tower collapsed onto the pavement and is blocking the way. It'll take days to clear the rubble. Fair. I'm doing pretty good. I'm waiting for this fucking heretic to be like, haha, it is I, and I have thwarted you, and we're all sitting there going like, bro, come on. You look like you're wearing your dad's suit.
The divine watches over us.
It's a musical now. It's something.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Now I need a 40k musical. Oh, God. It is I, Cunning Bollocks, the most cunning, whom you've never suspected. True. The shuttle must be what crashed into the building and destroyed part of the street. Fair. With one song with Space Marines also dancing. Yeah, but you know what? If it's going to be Space Marines dancing, one of them has to be Cato Sicarius. Just that simple. Cato Sicarius has to have his own number. There are traces of a recent battle everywhere, including the bodies in planetary guard uniforms. Damn it, mouse! My name is Horus. I have a Saurus. Ever since James Workshop poked it with a spear, dance number. Oh God!
Let the faith guide my path to
Would
glory.
you look at that?
Oh, well, we definitely don't want to go dick first right there, now, do we? How that trap missed everybody, I will never know. That's what that red square was. It was a trap. Yeah, nothing important, I guess, since it missed everyone.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Other popular songs from the 40k musical include I'm a 7-foot tower of fuck you, and it's not a chaos mark, it's chlamydia. Oh, God. Okay, don't go that way, because fire is bad. Unless it's coming from one of the members of the sororitas, then it's good. Yeah, arrived at your destination, and now you will die for Aurora and the Final Dawn. Oh, wow. We never would have known at all that you were not
I will cast
person.
you into eternal darkness for the Emperor.
We never would have known. Oh man. Ducks and all that.
Let's get to it.
Guided by faith.
Yeah, you better fucking be guided by faith right now, otherwise I'm gonna be pissed.
Each strike is a prayer. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
They fucking better be.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Yeah, just shoot at the nothing. That's perfect. Good job. Proud of you. Jesus, lady.
I took care of this one.
I think we got XCOM'd. I think we did too. Holy shit.
Time to slaughter someone.
Okay, Adira.
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
I fucking hope so.
Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Oh, well. Adira, I mean, they're all still alive, which is good. They're just prone.
Flesh is weak, yet iron knows no pain.
Scared yet?
My ears are ringing.
Yeah, my ears would be ringing too if I just got fucking annihilated by lightning.
I'll do it.
Please get up.
Let's get to it.
Oh, good. Huh. Adira, we need to hash some things out, okay? One, good job. Two, not so good job. Psyker, I barely knew her. Oh, God.
What is this foreboding? I'm not so sure. Will do. Be gone!
That seemed like the better choice. Okay. Oh, he can only do it in this. Oh, wait, wrong thing. Gotcha. I keep doing that with him. Oh, yeah, much better.
Request approved. Insignificant value.
Nice.
Request denied.
Okay. Oh, enemy. That's why. Yeah, no. Screw that.
Let this be the warning
Ooh.
to all who oppose us.
I just critted all over his face.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. Skull painted black.
Find a lot of CRPGs tend to not really do small details like that. No, I love the little stuff like that. I absolutely do. Shift to Barnabas.
Being ordered around.
Rejoice.
Dead.
Your corrupt
Nice.
way has failed you. Hold on.
Help me, Lord Captain.
Rejoice in battle!
17. Oh, this is gonna go well. Yep. Yep, about as well as I thought. Awesome.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury! Doubt is for the weak.
My place is at the fore.
Show me what you've got.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Okay, Barnabas. Let's do this, buddy.
This is beyond me.
Oh, shit, he doesn't have a line of sight. Fuck. Okay, fair enough.
Emperor, give me strength.
Nah, keep her there.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Bring him up. 38, and that's it, huh?
Indeed. One fewer tongue.
Ooh. Damn. Oh, she got critted hard. Love it. Corgi, what's going on, buddy?
Martyrdom is the reward.
I will not.
The wounded young man looks at you spitefully and hisses. Your victory means nothing. Aurora will come for you, and even if she doesn't, no one will escape the final dawn. Updating data catalog. The characteristic tendency of the planetary defense forces of Rykard Minoris to run into ambushes is not a consequence of chance or negligence. It can only be explained as some twisted variation of combat tactics. This phenomenon is depressing. So you are the traitor. You led your convoy into an ambush, didn't you? Chill in your hotel room? Gotcha. No, your entire convoy's gone. I took that whining pup Camilla's uniform. 6 months with the governor's underlings taught me their ways. I had no trouble posing as one of them. I had to make sure you scum didn't decide to turn around and fly home instead of walking straight into the ambush. The young man rasps and spits bloody foam. Don't let it go to your head that you took us down. My comrades are many and they are coming for you. And if they are not... Anyway, you'll see for yourself. Who is Aurora? What is the final dawn? A spark of madness flashes through the young man's eyes. Aurora is the hidden truth. No one is worthy of seeing her face, but those who are loyal to her will stand by her side at the hour of the final dawn that will consume all. They will, but not you. You are an enemy of Aurora, and so you will be vanquished. Death to the heretics and traitors. I do not fear death at the hands of filthy dogs mired in their own lies. Take my soul, Aurora. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Where's the thing? Disarm. Please disarm.
Compared to naval service,
yay!
That was barely a challenge.
Okay. Take all this crap.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Success is measured in blood, yours and your enemies. That's definitely a very 40k thing to say. If I'm being honest. That's an incredibly 40k thing to say.
The Whispers told me a secret.
Another blind madman. Lovely. Mobile charging stations chatter and crackle, and piercing sound is easily distinguishable even in surrounding turmoil. Can I just kill this asshole? No. Damn it. Roar knows all. The sun will rise one last time, the final time. You know, I'm gonna be honest, Aurora kind of sounds like a bitch. Just saying.
My warp sight reveals something.
Let us walk this path to the end.
An expected result.
Also, I have exactly zero idea if I'm going the right way, but we're doing it.
A disorganized rabble should not be capable of bringing down a world like Ryklad Minoris. Is the governor exerting every effort to restore order here? I am not convinced.
If the governor is sincere in his faith and service to the Emperor, then I am confident that he is doing everything within his power.
Here. Save. Yes. Nice. Do this. Do that. More cultists. What could go wrong? There we go. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot of cultists. Here. Here. That was weird. Put you here. Why can Adira only go forward? That's odd. Like XCOM? Yeah. That's exactly what it is, yeah.
I cannot comply.
What do you mean you can't comply? What the fuck? There's your fucking line of sight. Jesus, dude.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I took care of this one.
Chaos guides me.
That's something worse.
I actually don't mind it, but I think it's like if this was just regular XCOM, I'd probably be like, ah, fuck this. But honestly, I'm having a lot of fun with this.
Death to the weak.
Yes, get everyone closer together.
I serve the ruinous powers.
As you should.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Yes. That's fine. Good miss. Okay, Adira. I need you to move here. Good.
Anything else?
Much better.
Function successfully terminated.
Nice. Oh, I know I have grenades. Okay. Cassia. Cassia.
On it.
That'll work. Barnabas.
Rejoice! Another step
Dead.
towards our ultimate victory!
A tactically sound approach.
Why can't he see this guy?
Follow my lead.
There we go.
guided by faith. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Out of my way!
I bring ruin!
Death to non-believers!
That's perfectly fine. I'm so sorry in advance, Abelard.
Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
But it had to be done. I had to turn those guys into pudding.
As the tactical imperative dictates. Running by narrative.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Damn, I can only make it one, huh? Ah, one's better than nothing. Actually, I still have to kill him, so it's 2.
Me, as duty demands.
Nice.
If I may.
Ooh, shit, he can't see him, huh? Oh, I hit the wrong thing again. There we go.
I won't suffer this.
Damn. Okay, can't get both of them, but this'll do.
I can't allow myself to do this.
Yes, you can, dude. It's fine.
And so it shall be done.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. I will do my duty.
It does sometimes help if you hit the right button, yeah.
I'll do it.
Your corrupt way has failed you.
I could have sworn I just saw something fly by, but okay.
Advancing. My vow is to serve.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Oh, shit. That's bad.
Your defiance is futile.
At your beck and call. An exemplary strike.
As the Emperor commands. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak, is why I was chosen. Power resides in the will of the righteous. As the Emperor commands, you, my Emperor. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
How did you miss? He's 10 feet in front of you, you idiot.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
No can do.
Keep hitting that same button.
Running binary. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Playing a lot of Dragon Age. Nice. All right, Cassia, come on, girly. Oh, yeah.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
It will be done.
Feel bad looking at the Steam Spring Sale and not buying anything. I hear you on that. It looks like there's a lot of good stuff out there. Got a little fuzzled? It happens.
Rejoice!
Nice, got him. He didn't even get one hit on anybody. Hell yeah.
O Messiah, grant me the wisdom to perceive.
That's badass. That Chaos Demon didn't get one hit off. Fantastic.
Know your
Searching is my observance.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What are we seeing? What are we... Oh, I see. Gotcha. Okay. Character! Everybody leveled up, which is fantastic. So you can sit in your library for years before you touch it and stays at 5 minutes of playtime. Hey, you know, I mean, that's Steam, right? Okay, dismantling attack. Intimidates all enemies in 5-cell radius around the target, reducing their dodge and armor by 15%. Target also provokes an attack of opportunity whenever it attacks. That's really nice. But that's only if I'm using melee. Until the operative's next turn, the target cannot move until the end of combat. The target's MP is reduced by 3. Ooh, that's really good, actually. Dismantling attack also cripples the enemy, reducing their weapon skill and ballistic skill by 30 until the end of combat. That is massive, actually. Awareness. Yes. I say as I do the same thing since I am poor. I know the feeling. Daring Breach also grants plus 10 movement points until the end of the turn. The warrior does not provoke attacks of opportunity this turn. That's really good. Till the end of combat, the warrior gains plus 4 MP. For 1 round, the warrior becomes priority target for every enemy hit by their melee attacks. Also, the warrior gains plus 20% parry and plus 2 deflection until the end of combat. This turn, melee attacks deal an additional strength bonus divided by 2 damage. We'll go with this one. Do the same here. And what did she use again? Shit. Yeah, we'll do awareness for her too. Yeah. Soldier. Firearm mastery. Nice. Till the end of the soldier's turn, they gain 4 MP and attacks do not spend MP. That's cool. Till the end of combat, soldiers' rate of fire is increased by 30%. Till the end of combat, all the soldiers' attacks are 20% harder to dodge. Until the end of combat, the soldiers' ranged attacks gain 10% in armor pen. And then until the end of the soldier's turn, each of their area attacks deals additional damage equal to the number of attacked targets. Actually, I like that one. Finest hour. 3 times officers fellowship bonus, percentage damage. To the end of combat, target gains the effective voice of command. All negative effects are immediately removed from the target until the end of the officer's next turn. The target cannot die. Its wounds cannot be reduced below 1. Target gains 3 times officer. No, I want this one. Yeah. Target cannot die and so on. I really like that one. Operative. This, and then we cannot do tech use, I guess, anymore, so we'll do logic. Nice. Everybody's good. Here, save. Nice. Here's something I am thinking of doing, and I tried putting it in Discord earlier today, but I think I put it in a little bit too late. I'm thinking at some point, maybe tomorrow, instead of doing more of this, which I will be doing more of, by the way, because I really do want to beat this game. This is a lot of fun. But maybe we could do something stupid. Maybe we could play a really stupid game like The Long Drive. What do you guys think? Yes. Okay, stupid is good. Also fair. Do I have to go? It looks like I gotta go down this way. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, no, rebels. Here we go. But I don't want to go that way. I want to go this way.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
A gloomy rebel and a frightened rebel, huh? You know, we're gonna see just how fucking gloomy it can get. An ancient anti-aircraft battery of impressive proportions casts a dark shadow on the ground. Kneeling in the shadow is a red-haired woman with gaping black holes where her eyes once were. She is feverishly scrambling for something on the ground around her, dully repeating, "Light, light, light." That's enough whining, lads. We won't be getting any more visitors. We've lopped the heads off of all of them. And as for that coward, I gave her a taste of my true sight. Where's she gonna go? The portly woman gestures toward the redhead. Her eclectic gear has... Oh, it's... Okay, never mind. Her eclectic gear has clearly been scavenged from her less lucky friends as well as foes. Oh, lovely. Right. Now who's this? Attack. Yeah, fuck it. Prepare to die, rebels. Well, we may be rebels, but you're all blind. Oh, but don't worry. You'll be made to see. for Aurora and the final dawn.
I will cast you into eternal darkness.
All right, time to fuck shit up. Cassia's here. Idira is here. Pascal is here. I want to move Argenta up to the front. Actually, no, I want to leave that spot open. Yeah, leave that spot open. Okay. Barnabas, though. He can move up. Abelard. Yeah, everybody's okay for the most part. Oh, damn. All right, we are in the shit. Got it. Nice.
But of course.
Ooh, thank you for the hydrate, Sophia.
Let's get to it.
Here
we go.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Let's get to it. Time to slaughter someone.
I gotta move her.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
Damn, I can't get them both, huh?
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
I'll take it.
Rejoice in battle!
Nice. Hell yeah.
Scared yet?
Out of my way.
Ooh, Barnabas just took a fucking hammering.
Request approved. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
I'm here, maggot.
Pain cleanses the body.
Yeah, pain's gonna cleanse something.
Actions another step towards our
Dead.
ultimate victory.
VPN was being a spud. What did I miss? That's a really good question. I don't know. Oh, yeah, no, I asked, if, tomorrow, instead of playing this, even though I'm having fun with it, and I do plan on finishing it, if instead I should play... Excuse me, I burped.
With you at my side,
The Long Drive.
Victory is within our grasp.
Let's get to it.
Just to change things up.
Let's make it quick. Let's get to it.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Good. There is no attack limit. Ooh. I like that.
I'll paint your death in colors.
Idira, sick 'em.
I know what is to come. Will do. Be gone.
Jesus.
On it. What an unfortunate turn of fate. That is not my destiny.
Damn. Okay, that shitheel is hiding.
That is foolishness.
Oh, because there's no line of sight. Okay, fair enough. Read Sensu, another to translate it into my not being shit in MMO dungeons, let me tell you. I mean, true. No line of sight, no line of sight, no line of sight. Fuck, fucking fuck.
Victory is...
Yeah, destroy that now before I completely eat shit. Much better.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Please, be the fire in something. You missed again. On a 75.
Why did I not foresee
Activate calculate fury algorithm.
What? No. Over here, idiot. There we go. Nice.
Show me what you've got.
Here we go.
I cannot comply.
Got no line of sight on him, huh? Damn.
May the Divine's will be done. Rejoice, your corrupt way has failed you.
Got him.
I'm not so sure.
Still nothing, huh? Well, shit.
Cover me.
Let's get to it. Out of my way. Hold on.
Okay, yeah, Cassia, back up here, please.
The navigator is coming.
Thank you. Okay, here, Barnabas.
If only that were possible.
Or not. Give it to Abelard, that's fine.
It will be done. One fewer time.
Nice.
Let's make it quick.
Sun Tzu says feed your troops. Also true.
At your beck and call. Reduced to dust.
Nice. Fuck. Hell yeah.
Guided by faith.
Let's get to it.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Here we go.
And so shall it be done.
Nice. Got him. Oh yeah, he be hurting. Still nothing. God damn it.
Let's get to it.
Do not dare ask. Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Good. Here. Barnabas. Perfect.
Let this be the warning.
Nice.
All who oppose us.
I fucking love that skill.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. One fewer target.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Hold on.
Let my enemies tremble at the sound of my steps.
True. Oh, this is Adira. Again.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
Let's make it quick.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Also, don't cross the stream.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
That's not the Seneschal's job. I'd rather not.
Not enough ammo? Fuck.
Someone else can do this.
Alright, well, that sucks dick.
It will be done. I took care of this one.
That works.
Rejoice in battle!
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Let's get to it.
Wow, these guys really suck.
Your end is nigh. I won't suffer this.
No line of sight, huh?
I will do my duty.
Nice.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
I shall endure everything with unshakable faith. Rejoice! Another step towards our ultimate victory!
My place is at the fore.
He's too far.
Accomplished.
It's about damn time.
A tactically sound approach. Victory is imminent.
How did you... Okay. Sure. Fuck it. We'll go with it. Yeah, why not? Yeah. We just... You didn't even aim. What happened? Did you 360 no-scope and sneeze and shit your pants at the same time? What happened?
Brace yourself, Abelard. I will...
Take all that. Take all of that. Okay.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
What's that?
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Jesus, this place goes on forever. But I don't think this is where I'm supposed to go. I think I'm supposed to go over here. Gonna do this. Save. Yes. Nice. Just in case. The option to just grab everything in that area in the Alcat. Oh, yeah, no, I love that. That's actually, like, really, really, really helpful.
The Divine watches over us.
That's insanely helpful, actually. Fight heresy, serve a higher purpose, safeguard humanity's dominion. True. But yeah, well, things not in containers, but yeah, I don't have to loot all the bodies at once. Yeah, no, like, The hidden stuff, it's like, okay, well, you know, that kind of sucks, whatever. But if I'm being completely honest, I would much rather them just going, yeah, you know, I mean, hey, you've done all the things or whatever. If there's, you know, so long as it's not a secret thing that you actively have to go looking for, fuck it, here's just everything. It's honestly not a bad way of doing things. Rebel trooper, rebel, and rebel. Another rebel trooper, fanatical old man. Oh, well, the old man could be a problem. All right.
Let us walk this path to the end.
You're a loot hoarder? Fair. Some 10 people, children among them, are huddling together in fear. You see that half of them have black holes where their eyes used to be. Some maintain a gloomy silence, others are waiting. Several armed insurgents are carefully watching over the terrified hostages, snapping every now and then at someone for shaking too much or crying too loudly. Come to your senses, Harold! Look what you're doing to your own family! A woman of about 60... Oh, of course it's a... God damn it. Apparently, the old woman sounds like an old man. It's the 41st millennium. Who gives a fuck? A woman of about 60, gray-haired but still strong, is kneeling before a stocky man with a thick, pure white beard, stretching her arms toward him. Take pity on us. Let us go. Stop talking and embrace redemption. Our children have gained true sight, while you still believe the lie. Upon seeing you, the man points his weapon at you. The other insurgents do the same. Who are you and why are you here? What are you trying to save them from, and who is behind all this? At Aurora's behest. Aurora is a great prophet and a great warrior. Their face is shrouded, but their gaze pierces the veil of time and sees into the future. I always knew the governor's dogs were hiding the truth from us, and now the day has come. A prophet has come to Rykard Minoris and opened our eyes. The end of the world is coming, the final dawn, and only those who accept Aurora's truth will survive it. Aurora's starting to sound like a bit of a jerk. Yeah, I kind of feel like Aurora is not somebody I would take out on a date. She kind of seems like she'd make me foot the entire bill, and then, but she'd rack up like a $700 bill, and then make me pay for all of it. His mind and soul are pierced by shards of a colorful deception. Hughes, once twisted by despair and the Immaterium's influence, can never be the same again. Pascal's box hisses furiously. Layperson, cognition is not your primary function. You are saving your kin by holding them at gunpoint and believe that burning their eyes will grant them sight. It is evident that the author of demagogic teaching that confused you meant to make a mockery of your deplorable intellect. Abelard's face turns a deep red. To cast your own children into the thrall of heresy, to drown your progeny in this filth with your own hands. Are all these people your family? All of my adopted and blood children are here. I raised them all as my own, and now I must protect them, help them see. Now you tell me, who are you, and what are you doing to these unfortunates? I'm the chief! My former name, Harold, is meaningless now. I am a father leading his family to deliverance from woes, to salvation. Aurora has opened my eyes to the truth, and my children will see it. Harold, spare us! Spare your children! You have been torturing your own family in order to save them. You have been blinding them so that they could see the truth. Those who lack faith cannot grasp the truth and will not be saved. The old man is absolute, but you sense that the confidence in his voice has diminished. Let's see. You believe the heretic lies. You sold your soul to the arch-enemy, but if you renounce this path, you will still have a chance to truly be saved. The old man sighs heavily. I don't need your mercy. Protect my family. And as for my own fate, I place it in your hands. Your family will be taken care of. As for you, I condemn you to death. The old man's body falls to the ground. As soon as the hostages see it, they start moving faster and soon disappear around the bend. Fucking A right. Join up at your hive's nearest Astra Militaire Mobile Conscription Center. Yeah, we should totally do that.
I need to look closer.
Listen, I may not necessarily be a Grey Knight, but I can act like a fucking Grey Knight.
We should deal with this.
Ooh, what's that? There's a thing. Ooh, it says goods. That's, honestly, that's one of my favorite. I love, the Grey Knight Creed. I really, really, really do. Oh, wait. Sound. There we go. Yes. Hang on. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, yeah. Honestly, like, and this is me, like, just nerding the fuck out for a moment. I absolutely love the Grey Knight's war cry. It is so fucking good. I am the hammer. I am the right hand of the Emperor, the instrument of his will, the gauntlet about his fist, the tip of his spear, the edge of his sword. I fucking love that war cry.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Know your duty.
Nice. Got some trophies. Guess I go down this way.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Yay, command center. Oh, that's missiles. Formidable shells for large caliber weapons are being stored right in the command center. Nice. Gotta love that. Welcome to the Rykard Minoris Command Center.
Dark green, gloomy and stifling, fills this space like dense fog. The people here are drained, exhausted, bewildered.
Nice. Okay, everybody leveled up again. Let's do... Yeah, let's do tech use. And then... It'll bring me to 45. Intel, it'll bring me to 40. 40. Yeah, we'll bring weapon skill up. That's fine. Yep. That's easy. And then... toughness. Yes, good. Do that, and then... what is she at for... yeah, actually, no. I want her willpower way up there. Yeah. You have to get to bed? Bleached, have yourself a great night. Thanks for hanging out. Always love and appreciate you being here. Stores additional wounds equal to Medicaid divided by 10. Using medkits costs 1 AP less. Soldier deals 10% more damage to enemies. I do like that. And then... give her strength. The Emperor protects. Exactly. Shit, what is she? She is willpower, perception, fellowship. Okay. Good. Willpower is maxed. We'll bump up fellowship. Good there. He is weapon, ballistic, and int. All right. Logic, because that'll be int. And then bump up int. Nice. Good. Here. Save. Yes. Perfect.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
The tall, dark-skinned man turns toward you and greets you in a curt military manner. Faisal Raikadi Ab Medina, Af Coronis, governor of this star system. Welcome to my temporary headquarters. Man's gaze falls on Abelard, his eyes slightly narrow. We're Syrian. Abelard nods dryly. Governor Medina, my greetings. The governor's expression changes drastically when he sees Cassia. Lady Navigator? What an honor! I never thought that House Orselio would grace our world with a visit. I only wish I could have received you under different circumstances. Cassia purses her lips, and an echo of grief knocks the wind out of those present. House Orselio is grateful for the support that you have provided to Urak 5 these many years. I'm not seeing the convoy I'd sent to meet you. What happened? Did they fail to find and escort you? If that is so, I promise you their punishment will be swift and severe. The convoy was ambushed and massacred. The only surviving soldier turned out to be a traitor and was personally executed by me. That is an outrage. I will have the personal vetting procedure changed immediately. The slightest suspicion will be grounds for arrest. Your Lordship, before we proceed with discussing the matters that are of interest to you, there is a question I feel compelled to ask. It was only recently that Lady Theodora was the head of House von Valencius. I have received no word of her demise. How is it that you are now the rogue trader? Let's see. My esteemed predecessor died at the hands of the cultists. May the Emperor incinerate their souls. The governor frowns, a deep shadow falls over his face. Rogue trader von Valencius. Slain. Unthinkable. Please accept my deepest and most sincere condolences, Your Lordship. Do not hesitate to let me know how I might be of help. I need fresh crew to replace those killed in the attack on the ship. And I need material compensation. That would be good. Ooh. I realize that you yourselves are in a difficult situation, but my crew has sustained heavy losses. I must replace my missing crew members. I can offer you several thousand fine obedient servants. However, I'm sad to inform you that I won't be able to do it until we've dealt with the insurgency on the planet. I'm sure you won't have to wait long. The rabble will soon be duly punished for their heretical scheming. I wish to commend the courage of one of your officers, Sergeant Malgar. He and his soldiers valiantly defend the starport. The sergeant who managed to impress a person of such noble standing will be recommended for decoration. My kinsman, Conrad Voigtveer von Valancius, has betrayed our dynasty and the Imperium. If he is not hiding in this system, I want him handed over to me. Voigtveer is a traitor. Why, any family, however noble, has an unworthy scion or two. Naturally, we will surrender him should we find him within my jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I have no information regarding his location. However, the governor pauses to think. We have a cogitator here at the command center. It's connected to a data crypt from the Logis Abel's sanctum. It aggregated all the Lex Mechanic reports. Unfortunately, the access prayer for it is unknown to me. If you manage to convince the stubborn machine, you might be able to learn something about Conrad's movements. I'd hazard he fled from you on a ship, not on a pair of wings. Fair. Heinrich von Kallax, an interrogator of the Most Holy Inquisition, is operating in your system. Do you know where he is? The governor lowers his voice. I do. Master von Kallax has left for the hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium. It's an ancient monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I don't know what his objectives are. Needless to say, insurgent activity has been observed in the monastery's vicinity, but I suppose that's too petty of a problem for an agent of the Most Holy Inquisition. Besides, I already have sent out a small detachment of reinforcements there. Unfortunately, right now you won't be able to leave the capital and set out to look for him. The rebels have got a hold of some ancient weapon and made flying over the city impossible. Are you so confident that you will crush the insurrection soon? My own impression has been the exact opposite. Excuse me. Is that so? The governor maintains his composure. I'd like to hear your reasoning. The rioters are too well organized, too well informed, too well armed. There are signs of indoctrination into heretical beliefs. They are clearly being directed by someone competent and charismatic. Governor, you are dealing with an arch-enemy cult that is growing at an alarming rate. Thank you, Sophia. The governor's eyes darken, but your unwavering gaze makes him give in. All right, all right. Perhaps I've underestimated the mutiny, writing it off as the rabble's usual nonsense. However, if it does involve corruption and an underground cult, this needs to be investigated. I'll assign additional resources to it and take the issue seriously. You have my word, your lordship. That is all I wanted to discuss. Okay, now what? Master cogitator runs down the metal walls of the bunker, filling the entire command center. Okay. But now what? No, I didn't do that. Oops. Lord Captain will be able to reach the command center on a shuttle, bypassing the dangers lying in wait on the city streets. I should be able to still go back, though, right? Shit. Governor Medina told the road trader that the interrogator headed toward the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium. It is there that the agent of the Golden Throne is most likely to be found. Oh, good.
The Divine watches over us.
I mean, it does something. Well, we cleared all this out, so let's go back. Let's take out that fucking thing. Yeah, this goddamn thing. The anti-aircraft battery's control panel has a panoply of mysterious levers and buttons. Deactivating it quickly is not an option. All you can do is blow it up, destroying it completely. Examine the battery. The battery certainly was constructed a long time ago, long before the colonization of this world began. It comes as no surprise that the insurgents were barely able to operate it. Modern arms protocols are incomprehensible to the machine spirits of such an ancient construction. Destroy the battery. Blast consumes the ancient weapon. The sky above the city is safe for flying again. Nice. Now I can go and inform Governor Medina. Or it could be Medina. I'm not entirely sure, but whatevs. It's fine. It just sucks we had to blow it up. So one thing that I absolutely love, and I'm nerding out here for a second. One thing that I absolutely love about Warhammer 40K is that when you have something and it's considered ancient, that's usually like a really, really good thing, and it's a priceless relic. For those of you who don't know, in Warhammer 40K, basically what ends up happening is I think it's during like the 25th or 26th millennium, somewhere around there, they had what was called the Golden Age of technology, where they had all these new and really fascinating technologies and everything that could help the Emperor and humanity conquer the stars, to the point where, like, literally, I think in the lore, there's a box that's maybe about the size of a soda can that literally, if ejected from a ship, can take out like half a solar system. Like, that's the kind of technology we're talking about, right? Problem is that after the golden age of technology, you also had what was considered the dark age of technology, where there were a lot of things and a lot of people that rose up against humanity. Humanity was plunged into darkness, and it was cut off from all the different planets, including Mars and other places. And a lot of the technical know-how and the documents pertaining to it and records and everything else were lost to time. Now, fast forward to the 41st millennium. They have basically these things called STCs. And what an STC is, I can't remember what it actually stands for because my mind is mush at the moment. But basically, it's a technical construct. So it's basically a set of instructions on how to make machines construct certain things. And usually, STCs are anywhere between, say, 20 to 30,000 years old. And unfortunately, because you have people like tech priests, and you have the Adeptus Mechanicum, or Adeptus Mechanicus, right, who believe that essentially machines harbor a collective spirit of their god. They don't have the technical know-how, nor do they wish to have the technical know-how to actually make anything work. So if there's something that's 30,000 years old that is still working, they deem it as like a holy relic, and they pray to it, and they do all these other things, like, you know, maybe oil it, lubricate it if it needs to be lubricated, or if maybe there's like a small minor repair that they can do, like, you know, replacing a hose or something like that. They'll do it, but that's about all they can do because they don't know how anything works. They just go, oh, it's God, and there you go. So something as old as that anti-aircraft battery that we just blew up is now essentially lost forever because nobody knows how to make other anti-aircraft batteries like it. And even if they did, they'd probably be buried in a fucking hole somewhere being eaten alive by something, because it would be considered heretical to know way too much about the inner workings of a machine, because now you're going against the Omnissiah, or essentially the machine god. So yeah, it's a little, it's interesting. Like, I think there's a story of I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I looked up the lore for it. But there's a story of there are these giant machines that are called Titans, right? And they're basically like giant ass walking battle tanks that are anywhere between, say, like 3 to 4 stories tall to all the way up to about like 200 to 300 stories tall. And unfortunately, these things are incredibly resource intensive to even build, which is why there aren't very many of them compared to the rest of humanity. So they're like, from their inception, they're basically made to be relics right from the get-go. But there are tales among the Imperium of Titans and older designs of Titans that are like some of the most advanced, as well as other like bipedal machines that have been known to just walk around without any pilot or anything like that. And they're left to do so for 2 reasons. One, because the Mechanicum literally views it as, oh, well, it's our God's will that these things walk around and do whatever the fuck it is they do. And 2, and more importantly, they don't know how to turn it off. So they literally just let them do whatever the fuck they want to do, because the only other thing that they could do would be to destroy them, which would be heresy. Kind of fucky, isn't it? I'll tell you what, give me a minute. I'll be right back. I just desperately need to pee. And then we'll keep going. So give me a minute. If you need to, get up, walk around a little bit, grab a drink, grab a snack, do whatever you got to do. I'll meet you back here in like a minute or 2. Okay, I is back. It was a good pee. All right.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Right. Greetings again, your lordship. The anti-aircraft battery that was giving you so much trouble has been destroyed. That's excellent news. Thank you for your assistance. The weapon the insurgents were using to shoot down shuttles over the city has been destroyed. Now nothing is preventing you from returning to your ship. If you wish to find Master Van Calix, you should go to the Cenobium of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Notes of anxiety creep into the voice that rattles from Pascal's Vox. On behalf of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magos Hanuman, I am officially initiating my participation in the operation. I must inspect the state of the relic and assure myself that it is under zero risk of falling into heretic hands. According to the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation, my tech comrades were supposed to lock the monastery gates against lay people and activate the traps. I deem it optimal that an ordained Magos should provide his assistance. I categorically object. The governor clenches his fist. As much as I respect the sanctity of your monastery, I have on my hands a whole capital that needs to be attended by the Omnissiah's servants. We have lost many eminent tech priests. Incidentally, one of them perished in that same monastery. Mechanical failures could occur at any moment. Putting it bluntly, you may consider yourself forcibly recruited into the city's defense forces. Medina and Pascal glare at each other, their unyielding gaze like crossed swords. You have picked an interesting time to quarrel with a servant of the Omnissiah, Governor. A critical situation calls for decisive action. I simply cannot let every learned tech priest go to their death the moment they hear about an endangered relic. I need people who can do more than praise the Omnissiah to look after the capital and its millions of citizens. The Magos is part of my retinue. You have no right to give him orders. You mistake me for a fool. I know that he arrived separately from you, and I would bet my life that no... Oh, shit. The governor's voice dies down in the low growl of a drilling mechadendrite. Its tip is directed straight at the bridge of his nose. Medina clears his throat and grumbles stubbornly. So, this is the negotiation technique you have resorted to? Do you think this is the first time I've been threatened with a weapon? No. This could be your last. Pascal's voice is akin to the sound produced by his drilling implement, steady and calm but ready to explode at a moment's notice with the crunching of bone and the squelching of tearing flesh. I am heading to the monastery because I must. Is that clear? The governor mutters through gritted teeth. Abundantly so, Magos. Why are you so determined to get to the monastery? Is it just because of the relic? It is why I came to this world. I am expected there. It would be my pleasure to assist the Omnissiah's servant in reaching the sanctum. Thank you for your cooperation, your lordship. The drill stops. As compensation for your consideration of my request, I, Magos Hanuman, officially undertake to accompany you in the Rykard system in the role of bodyguard and protect you at all costs until your life functions to cease, but only within the limits of the Rykard system. You're Hanuman? Glad you're alive. The governor raises his eyebrow and stares at the tech priest in surprise, but refrains from further commentary. What has perplexed you about my companion's name? Governor looks at Pasquale with curiosity. According to the reports we've received, Logus Abel Hanneman set off for the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium a short while before it was stormed. I'm glad to find out that you're safe. Perhaps you possess information on Master von Calyx. Pascal's voice rasps in confusion. My name is Pascal Hanneman, not Abel. I know nothing about such person. What do you want to know about this Abel, Governor? I've never met him in person. That esteemed Logus supervised the work of Rykard Minoris's Lex Mechanicus for years. However, he rarely left his cyber chapel, and I've never had the honor of making his acquaintance. A true anchorite. Why did he fly to the monastery? That seems suspicious. When a Logus of the Adeptus Mechanicus wants to go somewhere, we don't ask why, your lordship. Where can I get more information on this individual? I would have suggested that you inspect the esteemed Logus' sanctum, but it was destroyed by the rebels. We recovered several data crypts and connected them to the cogitators at the command post. They might provide you with some information. It is amazing that a mechanical voice from a Vox can sound so confused. That name might have been used as a signal intelligible only to its intended recipient. In that case, its bearer might be Archmagos Amanat. Amanat, yeah. Initiating an investigation and data collection procedure. Adira tenses up and listens, then turns around sharply to face Pascal. I can hear my friend's snide whispers through the door. Be careful on your search, Magos. If you stare into a shattered mirror for too long, you might see yourself in it, in every shard at once. Mending it is that much more of a tainted affair than the new reflection is death-like. I see. Glad to be of service, your lordship. That is all I wanted to discuss. You're goddamn right it is.
Know your duty.
These heavy chains are used to adjust the height of the command platform. This cogitator looks a lot older and more worn than the ones next to it. However, it has evidently been well cared for. Numerous parts have been replaced, not a single key is jammed, and fresh seals with prayers to the Omnissiah adorn its surface. One of the side panels has been removed. Bundles of gold-notched cables run from inside to a small data crypt that was connected only a short while ago. The screen reads, awaiting access code. Let's try it. Force access to the cogitator. Nice! You bypass security layers, the cogitator is ready to reveal its secrets. Pascal leans forward and runs his fingers over the keys. The cogitator's screen blinks and responds with strings of unknown characters. I appealed to the machine spirit to open Logus Abel's personal archives as well. It has accepted my request. Private archive. I cannot see the sacred design, but I can sense it, shackled in stasis. The minds of the initiated are slumbering in the neural harness of their vows. I am registering an impulse of change. I surmise a potential influence on the stasis of the secret design. There came a time when the spiral was turned into a circle, but the cycle can be discontinued. The revelation granted by the Omnissiah to Logus Abel in the course of this data meditation has been recorded verbatim. Logis Abel is seeking an audience with the Venerable Dar Impulse VI, who may assist in interpreting the revelation. A request has been sent to the Governor's Palace for shuttle flight to the electrodynamic Cenobium. A message has also been sent to the Furibundus system. The cycle can be discontinued. I recognize the words. The voice from the Vox is soft and pensive, barely audible over the static noise. I believe I know its intended recipient of the message in the Furibundus system. It was me, Omnissiah. It was me. Omnissiah, grant me wisdom to fathom this mystery. Okay. Sacred computation. Upon Logis Abel's orders, the archives of every Augur station on Rykard Minoris and the 2 primary satellites of Rykard's star have been queried. Said satellites are named after Magos, Maruf, and Zephyra the Keen, after 2 great champions of faith, whose external cogitators were placed inside the satellite's cores after their shells perished. The purpose of this sacred computation requested by the Logis to uncover the external influence behind the ongoing insurgency. Computation result positive. Multiple instances of interference and malfunction detected, suggesting that the ships moving across the system deliberately blinded the sacred Augur's eyes. The first of these ships is thought to have arrived 2 Rykard Minoris cycles ago, early in the winter. Most recent one arrived a month ago. Logis Abel's conclusion. The insurrection on the planet had been long in the making, with the participation of external actors. It is alleged that 2 cycles ago, Aurora arrived in the Rykard system, the rumored unholy prophet of the insurgents. The subsequent ship movements can be attributed to weapon deliveries, but what is the nature of their activity near Rykard Philia? Governor Medina's attention must be drawn to. The final entry cuts off abruptly. Fuck, my voice box is getting a workout tonight. Okay, recent observations. The satellite Magos Maruf reports that a ship has translated into the system. Its signature is consistent with the records of the flagship of a rogue traitor dynasty, House von Valentius. The satellite Zephyra the Keen reports that a ship drifting nearby has hurriedly sped away. The ship had sent an encrypted Vox transmission to the insurgent-controlled areas of the surface of Rykard Minoris. Another transmission was directed to planetoid Rakadi Philia. Both transmissions were signed Brother Twilight. Their contents could not be decrypted. To be investigated, okay. The entry contains planet-side coordinates marked as Heavy Augur Station jamming, possibly a hidden insurgent base. Right. Oh.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Return to Void Ship. Okay. Bunker. Starport. Cenobium. check out the bunker. Yeah, take everyone. Oh. I'm an idiot.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Try that again. Go to the cenobium. We'll cover the landing area, your lordship. Glory to the von Valancius dynasty. You're goddamn right you will. Oh, shit. Oh, we're going right into the shit, huh? Okie doke.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
The binaric hymn awakens the gate's latching mechanism. Oh, good. It auto-saved. I like that. Heretics were killed swiftly and ruthlessly. They never had time to reach for their weapons. That's a good thing.
The divine watches over us.
Guide my strikes true against the heretics who have encroached upon these halls. Let not one villain escape the God Emperor's retribution delivered by our hands.
Your hues are so vivid, Sister Argenta. The hatred that fuels your words and impulses burns like a supernova.
Hell yeah. You know that the wire junctions are often marked with a symbol of a key that appears to connect the two lines. Sure. Right. We're going left.
Your duty.
Okay, well this looks fucky.
Let us see what I found.
My faith is my shield. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours, faithful.
Surrender to the dark powers. Chaos guides me. Chaos guides me.
You bitch.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Guided by faith. without deeds is worthless.
Death to the weak! I serve the ruinous powers! Out of my way!
What is this foreboding?
Nice dodge.
Was that you? Or...
Me? Will assist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
The Emperor, let this be the warning to all who oppose us. Rejoice, your corrupt way has failed you.
My competencies are not that universal.
Oh shit, I keep hitting that button. There we go.
Negligible.
Okay, well, that sucks.
Someone just hit the ground.
Death to non-believers!
One fewer target.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Observing the loss of a unit.
Hang on. Yeah, let's go back to that. I was kind of hoping, I was really hoping I could get out of that area, but I fucked up. Okay, try this again.
Guide my strikes true against the heretics who have encroached upon these halls. Let not one villain escape the God Emperor's retribution delivered by our hands.
Your hues are so vivid, Sister Argenta. The hatred that fuels your words and impulses burns like a supernova.
Okay, let's go right. Okay, right seems like the better choice. On the maladies of machine spirits and the ways of diagnostic divination. Nice.
Do you see that?
A mummified electro priest? A tech priest's body rests on a metal table surrounded by sparking spirals of copper coil. A patina of sacred unguents covers his withered flesh. His augmetics have been polished with great care. Intricate electus cover the dead man's crossed arms and bare torso, and strands of wires envelop his head. Pascal respectively bows his head before the dead man and carefully touches the shriveled body with the tip of his mechadendrite. Honored adherent, I thank you for showing us the truth of Fabricator General Percrovar's maxim. Death does not end the service of a spirit driven. Examine the body. Body seems motionless, but you notice a slight tremor in the fingertips. This ancient servant of the Omnissiah must be data dreaming. His mind enveloped in digital reverie can persist for hundreds of years, hundreds or thousands of years, while his frail body is decaying. This sacred state of trance is a great reward only earned by the wisest and most pious servants of the machine god.
Such a purity of color. I have never seen anything like it. Deep tranquility shrouded in a cool white cloud. Such unity of thought and spirit. The dead are incapable of exuding such hues.
Next to the table the body is resting on, you see small amulets crafted from burned cogitator circuit boards. There is no dust on these small offerings. They were clearly left here recently. Can you hear me, Tech Priest? The light in the crypt becomes a little brighter and sharper, and the smell of ozone fills the air. The vox on the ceiling comes alive and lets forth a solemn binaric aria that turns into a crackling, somewhat somnolent voice. In this dark hour, I am ready to bring you good tidings, Tech Brethren. Now respond with the words of the second galvanic hymn. The second galvanic hymn is a revered and miraculous prayer of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Naturally, you know it very well. I love this game too, Itzy. Let us praise the twin charges, the body electric, and the Omnissiah who lights the spark of reason within us. And let us carry his charge to those who have turned their minds toward his light. Let it be so indeed. The monastery is under attack by heretics. Can you help? In my data dream, I saw their unholy requests and rejected them angrily. For it is said in the 4th article of security, no unbeliever's hand shall intrude upon the operations cycle. They have seditious designs on the relic I should give you. But should I give you, who does not belong to our faith and fellowship, my blessing to stand up to the blasphemers? I may not be a member of your priesthood, but you and I are of the same faith. This statement is true. The 1st article of security says, fear above all evils, the defilement of knowledge, and its command outweighs the prohibition contained in the 6th article of security, let knowledge be locked away from the ignorant. So be it. In the name of shaming the unbelievers, I grant you the blessing of special access and protection from the rage of motive force. Dry crackling sounds come from the inside of the crypt's walls as awakened cogitators process the ancient tech priest's command. Nice! I don't know what that does, but I like it. Grants 50% armor against shock damage. Nice! Hell yeah. We should probably leave him alone. Maybe a little bit. And open this door and see if there's another mummy. There is. Let's go say hi. Ooh, thank you for the hydrate. Tech priest rests on the table, enveloped in wires. This is true. He does. Oh. The water was definitely needed tonight. My fucking vocal cords are getting a goddamn workout.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
What in the fuck? You shall be purified by motive force. Oh, this looks awful.
The pure cannot escape their fate.
Right. I've been ambushed. Nice parry. Ow.
I've suffered worse.
Oh yeah. We don't have to worry about electrocution. Eat a dick.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! I'll do it.
Nice.
Doubt is for the weak.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Okay.
I'm not interested.
Of course you're not interested, Abelard. It's fine.
Indeed. I took care of this one.
Nice. Get fucked.
It will be done. At your beck and call.
If I may. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Will do.
Oh, shit. Okay, so she's fucking useless. That sucks a dick.
Not this Scryer's job. But of course.
How dare you!
What did I do? Oh. What do you mean? Oh, shit. I chose the wrong one. Oops. Sorry.
Will do.
Running binary override. My vow is to serve.
My prescience has failed me.
Nice.
I'll do it. Rejoice in battle!
Idiot.
Actions.
Follow my lead. It will be done.
Violation of the firing pattern detected.
Sorry. Ah, shit, he's gonna go in a straight line, huh?
Forth on Valencius! I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Victory is imminent. Grey hair, sure hair. I will do like reduced to dust. My place is at the fore. At your beck and call. It will be done.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
At your beck and call.
Nice. Okay, now she can move out of the way.
Request approved. Vulnerability analysis. Successful.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. As the Emperor commands, I act. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Faith without deed, none can escape the Emperor's
Nice.
judgment.
Easy peasy. Man, they all got fucked up. Cultists were killed with a hit to the back from some kind of electric weapon.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Yeah, Itzy, I'm really having a blast with this game. I'm really digging this.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Data altar of sacred analysis. Ooh. The cogitator's green screen lights up as you approach it and displays the flashing message. Pilgrim, only the words of the first galvanic hymn will reveal you to the gifts hidden behind the veil of knowledge. Now chant with me. Let us sing this canticle to... The device's keyboard lights up, clearly expecting you to enter the rest of the verse. Pascal, kindly remind me how the hymn goes. Pascal's box lets out a noisy groan as if he is clearing his throat, but then stops abruptly. After a brief pause, he averts his gaze and says in a rasping voice, "It is not known to me. Only high-ranking servants at shrines of energetic prosperity are permitted to perform the first galvanic hymn." Well, fuck. I mean, I don't know. The holy discharge. I mean, hang on. Abelard snorts and struggles to suppress an involuntary smile. Emperor, help us all. The esteemed Magos has been caught out not knowing a prayer, and he's floundering like a cadet in an exam. I never thought I'd see the day. Well, okay, hang on. If this is gonna be anything like anything religious or militaristic, and especially if you're incorporating both, I'm just gonna go with the Omnissiah. Because that would kind of be the first one, wouldn't it? You gotta pray to God before you can do anything else, right? Verse 2? What the fuck? Opposite signs, no. Splendid resistors that conceal, no. The watchful breakers that protect us from the sacrilegious short circuit, that doesn't sound right. The hallowed contacts whose touch conducteth the current. The arcane key that closeth the circuit. Shit. If in doubt, invoke the Omnissiah. Yep. Well, this is the first, right? So it wouldn't be twin poles of opposite signs that herald the motion of current, because there's really no reason for them to know that. And Lo said, "Shadow under the machine, work, you fucking piece of shit." And then did he render percussive encouragement with his holy boot, and it was good. It's true. Although usually the hymn goes, "And lo, said the shadow unto the machine, work, you fucking piece of shit, or I'll get the fucking hammer." And then did I render a warning percussive encouragement with my holy boot, and then it was good. But either work. The preliminary prayer, yes. Splendid resistors, no, resistors wouldn't be the first. Breakers wouldn't be the first. Hallowed contacts which conducteth the current, no, because that's... I guess I'll go with the arcane key that closeth the circuit? Holy shit, okay. Best part about this is we don't know what any of it means, and neither do they. Oh, they have no fucking clue. I'm just sitting here trying to go, okay, what would be first? Now finish this prayer. May the unity of the sacred charges power... memory of the ages that is preserved most zealously? No. Faultless soul that is the current washeth over? No. Mortal body and the mechanisms thereof? No, because they consider flesh weak. The immortal reason that hath created the spark? I like that one, because that incurs God. The blessed faith that bringeth light? No, because that would be the God Emperor, not the Omnissiah, so I'm going with 4. A solemn binaric trill comes from the cogitator. Verily so. A pilgrim who has learned our ways is worthy of the gifts of the enlightened. Holy shit! I can't believe I just fucking pulled that off. That was just a blind fucking guess. I'm sitting here going, okay, wait, hang on. What is the simplest shit for a first hymn? God. Transistors are too complicated. Resistors are too complicated. Current, they wouldn't really know about, so it's gotta be a closed circuit, because at least they'd know that. It'd be fucking amazing if all the responses lead to success because it's that much bullshit. Ooh. A holy relic. Is it the holy hand grenade of Antioch? What do we have? Pinpointing visor grants 15% crit hit chance to range attacks against enemies with less than 50% wounds left. The arc rifle. Whenever the wielder hits a target with the arc rifle, they also attack all targets within 2 cells of the main target. Holy shit. I like that gun. Carbon fiber plates, fire selector mods, Magnus class rechargeable battery, and rad packs. Taking all of that shit. There's just a tech priest rolls in who thinks it's Thanksgiving 2357 and goes, and thus I based thee, holy turducken of the engineerium, and it just works. Well, that's what I was talking about earlier. It's like, it sounds like, I mean, okay, this whole fucking thing is ridiculous, right? And it is. It 1,000,000% is. But that's what makes this whole thing so good. Because, like, why is it that there's so many machines that just don't work? It's not because people are lazy, it's because A, they don't know how to repair them, and B, and more importantly, when it comes to literally any and every machine, they literally just go, oh, that's because God doesn't want it to. That's it. And they're like, all right, fair enough. Which I think is just the funniest damn thing. I really do think it is the funniest thing. Why doesn't the machine work? Because God doesn't want it to work. And you're like, oh, okay, sure. Why not? Fuck it. Sure, I'm game. I have a cape. I remember a comparison of the sci-fis and was like, FTL travel, Star Trek, we use warp technology. Star Wars, we use hyperdrive technology. 40K, we go through hell and hope for the best. I mean, yeah, pretty much. That's... yeah. That's the gist of it. Thrice Pioneers braces. Every time the wearer deals damage, the target's weapon skill and ballistic skill is reduced by -5 for 2 rounds. The target's weapon and ballistic skill. Ooh, yes please. Put those on. Nice. I have a cape. I have goggles. I got a bracelet. Skirmisher boots. I'll put those boots on him. He's got a chainsword, motherfucker. Grace of the Oblivious. I love this. The wearer gains +5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. That's awesome. Phaser set to stun. X-Wings, mate, I'm more worried about my soul getting sucked out through my distended navel and being used to power a genocide tank. I mean, this is true. Nobody wants that to happen. Ever. He gets a cape, too. Grace of the Oblivious, blessed is the closed mind. Yeah, exactly. It's so stupid, but I love it. Helmet of the Devoted Protector. Requires Dogmatic Follower. This helmet grants its wearer immunity to enemy critical hits for the first 3 rounds of combat. Yes, please, he's getting a helmet. What are you? Theodore's Rosary. The wearer of this amulet gains a +10 bonus to commerce and lore. Ooh. Wait a minute. Yes, please. We will wear Theodore's Rosary. Do we have any good weapons for her now? No, that's not a good one. Why can't she use this one? Or sell it. Oh, because it... okay, that makes sense. Damn, we're gonna have to get her a better weapon at some point. She's getting kind of shafted. No. Put that on. Now she's got a goggle. Here. Weapon. Why can't we use this? Can't be equipped by this character. Oh. Shit. Can you imagine this game but with orcs? The stats would be like, gun? How's it work? Nubbins. What does it kill? Everything. That's true. Celio, Orcelio. I have a lot of Orcelio shit. The Psychic Staff. Okay. Wait. Oh, I think it's the same thing. Okay, that makes sense. What do you have? You got a big fuck off gun. Well, not really a big fuck off gun, if I'm being honest. It is a las gun, though, so I will give him that. Five to 7. 5. No, that's 4 to 6. Ew. Yeah, we'll keep him with a las gun. Plus, that Omniscion axe is just awesome. Well, wait a minute. Hang on. Wait.
Watches over us.
Yeah, we get it. Okay, hang on. Save. We now have the blessing. Motive force field seals the passage, threatening to incinerate anyone who touches it. Well, you know what? We have the protection of it. Or we'll just walk around, I guess. Okay, well, I tried. I was hoping they'd just let us walk right through it. And that was kind of the trick, but I guess not.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Run, fools, or fall!
Let the blood flow!
Chaos guides me.
I've suffered worse.
Okay. This is Pascal. Okay.
Running binary override.
Chaos guides me.
I have to move first.
I know what is to come. Anything else?
Death to the weak. I serve the ruinous powers.
Mocking me.
Out of my way. Rejoice.
Nice.
And so shall it be done.
A tactically sound approach.
Thank you.
Indeed. Victory is imminent.
Dashes through an enemy to the cell on the enemy's opposite side, makes a melee attack.
It will be done.
So, do I... Yes. Nice. Yes, indoor. Definitely indoor. Actually, no, wait. Can I do it again? Oh, okay, I need the movement.
I will do my duty.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Holy shit, you missed on a 90?
Doubt is for the weak.
I hate you so much. I fucking hate you so much. God damn it. Guy got fucking deleted? Yeah, he did.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
The Omnissiah, no vital function successfully terminated.
Fucking dead. You know why she missed, don't you? She hasn't been promoted to a canoness yet. Well, that's fair.
Just a minor setback.
Non-believers!
The scriptural prophet of the Omnissiah condemns you.
Holy shit. That Omnissiah's axe, though. My god. That fucking thing.
Cover me.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. But I need to go over here so I don't accidentally electrocute my entire party.
But of course.
There we go. Much better. Though this is also 40k, which is titles like Most Holy Squiggly Bits. True.
Rejoice! Another step
Dead.
towards our ultimate victory.
Also dead.
Indeed. I took care of this one.
Argenta's good for now. Cassie is good for now. Nope. Can't get to him, but that's okay.
Advancing.
Okay, those guys are fucked when I can get over there. The irony that pervades 40k is what I love. You'll have some guy who is warden of the worst and most miserable prison in the galaxy, and he's called the Benevolent Emancipator. Oh, yeah. That's the joke, which I absolutely love, is the whole thing is... It's quite literally just satire.
I don't know what to do.
Your corrupt way has failed.
Nah, he's behind something. I can't hit him.
Guided by faith.
Emperor, give me strength.
Give me something. Holy shit.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Nope, can't hit him. Fuck. $7 trillion souls were extinguished in an eye blink. Why? I don't know. Wednesday? I mean, I'm not wrong.
Flesh is weak, yet iron knows no pain.
Also true.
Another towards our
Dead.
victory.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Rejoice in battle!
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Oh, I'm gonna get right up this dude's shitter.
Activating calculated fury algorithm.
My enemies will be crushed like dust beneath my feet.
Oh,
I will bathe this
over here.
battlefield in righteous fury.
An iron colonoscopy? Yeah. It's actually more like multiple colonoscopies all at once.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
No line of sight? Yeah.
Chaos guides me.
Oh, he fucked up.
Running binary code.
Oh!
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
I love how absolutely fucking, like, just unnecessarily gory things are sometimes in this. And again, that's the point. It's not supposed to make any sense. It just is. Everybody there? Okay, good.
The premonition runs true.
Symbols on their clothes are drawn wrongly, and standard issue military uniforms show through the blasphemous tatters. And Lo said the tech priest, this deviant soul shall receive 5 new assholes, and he is spake. It became true, and 5 new assholes were rent. True.
The machine god grants me insight.
Bodies of careless cultists have been thoroughly fried by an arc of the motive force. Oh, don't. Okay. Don't go near that thing. Ooh, more people. I like it. Let's fucking do this. You sons of bitches. A crowd of cultists has surrounded a tech priest crucified up upon a mechanism. A rhythmic whisper repeated by 100 voices blends into some blasphemous enchantment. Powerful discharges of the motive force run through the machine, causing the unfortunate prisoner's body to convulse brutally and forcing woeful cries of pain from his lips. The tech priest's hoarse voice echoes under the ceiling. In the clenched jaws of stagnation, in the shackles of iteration zero, under the iron wing, let the cycle be discontinued. Pascal's mechadendrites spring into combat mode instantly, and a wrathful rattle comes from his vox. I am registering a severe violation of the purity protocol. The blessed Amonat has been captured by heretics and is being tortured. We must save the esteemed tech priest without risking his life. The mechadendrite points to the corpses of heretics lying nearby. We can use the blasphemous clothing as a disguise. Unrecognized, we can sabotage the power units, overloading them and thus cleansing the hall of heretics. Lightning discharges have charred the cultists' corpses. Whiffs of smoke rise from their empty eye sockets, whose contents have evaporated. Their clothes, covered in blood of the innocents, are crudely painted over with emblems of the archenemy, which exude a repulsive air of soul decay. I shudder with disgust at the mere thought of having to touch clothing adorned with unholy symbols, let alone wear it. This is the first step toward falling, a small compromise with evil that will lead to something greater. Is there truly no other way, rogue trader? Cassia stares in horror at the corrupted clothes and the scattered human ashes. Don't make me. 5:30 in the morning, I should hit the sack. Enjoy the purging for the Omnissiah. Sober, have yourself a great night, buddy. Always love having you around. And hopefully we will see you again tomorrow for the long drive. Let's see here. Would you disgrace yourself by donning these tainted rags? Pascal deadpans. The only unbearable disgrace is that of a duty unfulfilled. The rest is merely spiritual attrition. What is the essence of your plan? Uttering a litany of actuation for the power units from the Lumino Deacon's command throne will direct the motive force created by the blessed reactor into the hall. The distribution servitor is keeping its output within the set parameters, but upon receiving an order to increase it to peak values, it will turn this place into an electric trap. The safety system protecting the hall is controlled from the machine altar, which must be disabled. If all these operations are performed, I can guarantee that not a single blasphemer will survive the Omnissiah's wrath that will be unleashed upon this place. You do realize this sounds like suicide. It sounds similar to a laugh escapes Pascal's vox. This statement is true. Then what do you propose? To flee? I have tried to employ this behavioral strategy in the past, and it brought my soul no relief. Shit. And of course, they're not gonna let me see how many dudes there are. Oh, you bitch. Okay. They're not even gonna let me save. Fuck. Okay, what would you guys do? I'm kind of torn. Because, like, okay, here's my issue, right? If it were just me, that'd be one thing. Because fuck it. But it's not. If it was just me and Abelard and the tech priest, again, it'd be fine. Because fuck it. But I've got a member of the Adeptus Sororitas who, at the drop of a hat, would light me the fuck on fire if I sneezed wrong because it was heretical. I've got a navigator whose mind would be psychically flayed open from the inside if chaos were to get into her head. And I also have a psyker whose mind would similarly be flayed open from the inside if chaos were to get to it. So worst case scenario, we put on these clothes, some bad shit happens with the clothing, I fail a couple of fucking save throws, the navigator and the psyker go absolutely batshit insane and just start psychically ripping everybody apart physically with their minds. They just start ripping everybody apart, not caring who's who. And then the sister turns around and just lights us all on fire and then just eats a bullet. No bullshit. That's the worst case scenario. Like, that's how 40K works, right? That's exactly how 40K works. I would love to play an actual game of Rogue Trader. I mean, granted I am, but I mean like the TTRPG, the tabletop Rogue Trader, because you could actually have somebody be Adeptus Sororitas. You could have somebody play that part who's just literally like what fanatical pyromaniac battle nun. You could have somebody play that part. You absolutely could in Rogue Trader. I'm going to try this. I will not allow corruption to touch you. We will vest ourselves in faith and kill every last traitor to the Golden Throne. Another desperate scream rends the air. So be it. May the Omnissiah protect the blessed Armanat in the coming battle. Death to the blasphemers. And obviously this is going to be the last thing I do tonight, because we're getting toward that time. Kill all heretics. Let's fucking go. Save.
Know your duty. I will cast you into eternal darkness. Your Emperor won't save you!
There's 27 of them, huh? Wish I could have been around, but Wi-Fi went bad. Ah, it happens, dude. It happens. Oh, that's Argenta? Yeah, Argenta can go there. Fuck it, why not? Actually, no, I don't want Argenta there now. Let's put Argenta here. Okay, much better. Cassia. There is really no good place for Cassia, if I'm being honest. Oh, here works, kind of. Ooh, no, don't do that. Much better. Barnabas.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
You're goddamn right you do.
God Emperor, move through me. Feed the fire in my heart.
Grants momentum equal to 8. Nice.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Nice. Next.
Guides me.
Okay, Adira. Come on, girlie, we need you.
Will do. Was it you? Or...
Death to the weak! Out of my way!
Okay, Pascal. We need you, buddy. We really need you right now, buddy. Okay, there's one down. I'll take it.
Request approved.
Abelard.
It will be done.
Nice.
At your beck and call. I will do my duty.
Nice.
Death to non-believers! Chaos guides me! Chaos guides me! Powers.
Wow, these guys can't shoot for shit. What the fuck?
The Emperor, your corrupt way has failed you.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Face the navigator's might.
Oh, hell yeah. I just melted 4 of them.
If I may.
Adira, you're up. Thank you.
Anything else? Be gone.
Nice. There's another 5. Holy shit.
I am your doom.
Chaos guides me.
I'll do it. For you, my Emperor! I am his will made manifest. Doubt is for the weak. This is unacceptable. Faith without deed eradicated.
Nice. Ah, it's out of line of sight. Fuck.
As the Emperor commands.
Nice.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Death to the weak.
Nice parry. Hell yeah.
On it. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Dead. Perfect.
Out of my way.
I've already killed 10 of them. Jesus Christ.
Running binary combat is an equation. Your life is a negligible variable.
Oh, I think he's supposed to be, like, laying down, but he's not. How did you miss on a 95, you idiot?
Death to non-believers. I will. Momentum.
Nice.
And so it shall be done.
I have read tomes of military tactics. I am another foe painted black.
Dead.
Another step towards our ultimate victory.
Oh, this is going really well so far. Holy shit.
Chaos guides me.
Oh, fuck.
Faith without deed, strike is a prayer.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
Death to the weak.
It's okay, let them come to us.
out of my way!
Emperor, give me strength. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Okay.
Much of your corrupt way has failed you.
Nice.
Death to non-believers!
Okay, here it comes. Oh, shit. Nice. So all we had to do was just hold out. That's badass.
In the cycles of the foreordained, there lurks a flaw of worship.
Tech Priest's body convulses. Pained, plaintive creaks of binaric prayers come from his vox. As moments pass, the signal becomes less and less clear, as if something twisted and wrong were being added to it. Pascal studies the Tech Priest's face carefully. His vox system moans in a tragic vibrato.
Subject identified. This is not the blessed Armanats. Stranger, I request your name. How do you know my mentor's motto?
Examine him. There are deep burns all over his flesh, and the skin around his augmetics is charred. Blasphemous spells have been carved into his sacred iron, forming unholy litanies of scrap code. It is amazing how robust this Tech Priest's life support systems have proven to be in maintaining the spark of life in his grievously wounded body.
Do you know him, Pascal? The subject has not been identified and has no record in my catalog. Interrogation is impossible due to the subject's evident affective state of clouded consciousness.
Who are you, servant of the Omnissiah?
The fire of the hearth sent forth sparks. The name of this spark is Abel Hanuman.
Tech Priest looks over at Pascal. For a brief moment, his speech becomes clear.
The echo of my call has reached you. Good. The iteration is at its end. The design is fulfilled. What design? Why are you calling yourself by my name? It was you who summoned me to Rykard Minoris. What for? I categorically demand an answer.
Pascal's voice rises to an intimidating howl, but the delirious Tech Priest does not seem to understand what he is saying.
What design? An intention both bold and honorable, to open new gates for the waters of knowledge and comprehension, a plan written so that the righteous may follow. And trust in the great pattern of revelation and uniform progression toward it.
Pascal's voice is trembling with elation?
Those are his words. I have not heard them in so very long.
Ask him about Amanat. Amanat, sorry. You came here because of him, after all.
No.
The Tech Priest's weak voice grows stronger.
He came because of himself. Myself. To redeem myself. To correct a mistake, possibly. But how do you...
There is a look of gentle condescension in Abel's eyes. Strange, given the circumstances.
The hubris of the mind spurs him to build monuments to himself. Do not regret, for all is predetermined by the iteration.
A devastating coughing fit cuts him off, and you hear a clang of tearing metal from inside his chest. You can talk once we get him out of here.
A cold premonition breaks the heart. The probabilities are dark and frightening. Brother, I do not wish to gaze into them.
We are the flame of knowledge that drives the darkness away. Pascal is quickly inspecting Abel's wounds, paying no mind to the blood and sacred unguents staining his sleeves. His vox rasps soothingly.
Do not fear what is to come, brother. We are already here.
How did you kill those heretics? What technology did you use?
Existence has worn thin and threadbare. Eschatos has discontinued the cycle.
Eschatos. The word does not appear in my catalog, but I am aware of its existence. Perhaps it sounded in the blessed Amanat's sermons. I must consult my notes. Try to take down the tech priest. As soon as you touch the tech priest's battered flesh, he shifts his gaze to you and says with sudden clarity,
Many sparks have gone out, but not all. The electric shepherds are alive. In the darkness, I heard their prayers. Find them, save them, recite the hymn of contact circuit restoration so that you may behold what is hidden.
A blast of motive force runs down the tech priest's body and his face contorts in a mocking grimace. Malformed binaric code, repulsively jarring on the ears, pours out of his vox. Information archived to the effect that the circuit restoration hymn is the entrance password to the electro priest's hiding place. Pascal responds with the dour rhythms of containment aria. I note with great sorrow that the cultist's ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by corruption. He is in the grip of the schismatical, an unholy imitation of a machine spirit. I request immediate activation of the Texosism protocol. Holy shit. What is a schismatical? An ugly mockery of a noble machine spirit created by the warp. Sometimes a few lines of despicable scrap code or a small clump of the motive force falls under the archenemy's influence and degenerates into an abomination of this sort, one whose very existence is an insult to the Omnissiah's wisdom. Let the tainted be eradicated. Mangled as it is, the tech priest's body still clings to life. It takes several blows to end his corruption-tainted existence, but even after that, a repulsive giggle is heard over the static from his vox. Pascal's mechadendrite touches a dead man's head carefully, grips his neural augmetic in its claw, and extracts it from its socket with the utmost care. The skull bone cracks dryly, and brain matter taints the sacred metal. Rest in purity, tech brother. The knowledge you have attained through your efforts will be preserved and purified. Lord Captain, the Omnissiah commands a pious mind to strive toward uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand his connection to this servant of the machine god. I request the privilege of joining your retinue as a rightful companion. I can offer to fulfill the duties of an engine seer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation. Fuck yeah. Also, we gotta take all the things.
Glory be to the current of the motive force. May its dulcet light shine in our nospheric coronas. May its vitality nourish our augments. May its purity wash over our imperatives and engrams.
Is cake heresy? Cake is absolutely not heresy.
As far as I am aware, the monastery supplies power to several major hive cities on Rykad. Hidden somewhere in the depths of this building is a reactor of monstrous, unfathomable power.
Okay. I don't even fucking know anymore. Let me see. Sharpshooter. Good. You are toughness, strength, and agility. Okay. Yeah, we'll do this. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. Ready to serve. That's fine. Here, operative. Yes. Logic. Yes. Here, soldier. The soldier and their allies automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. I like that. Rapid fire, though. Range burst attack will have its base rate of fire doubled, but deal 25% less damage. All the shots will follow random trajectories. Oh, that kind of sucks. I do like dash. Dash is always good to have. We'll give athletics to her. Officer. Blood of Martyrs. Yes. Fellowship. Here, he's an operative. Got to do that one. Definitely awareness. Nice. Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck? Safety system control altar. Well, we don't need that anymore. We fucking decimated everything.
Would you look at that?
Ooh, there is a thing up there. Distribution servitor. Nice. The Lumino Deacon's command throne. I want a command throne. What the fuck?
Let us walk this path to the end.
Yeah, take everything. Nice. I need KOTOR where I can sleepwalk through checks. Isometric moment. It's fun. It's the whole thing is you have to remember that, unfortunately, too. Why does that keep popping up? What is that? That's weird. 40K is a very complicated game to play. Very complicated. Like, just the tabletop is complicated. So, and all the rules are in this game. So I'm literally learning how to play all of the tabletop game doing this. How cool is that? Go back to the bridge. Okay. Here. Save game. Yes. Nice. All right. This is where I am going to call it for now, though, because we are at that time. But I do want to thank everybody for hanging out and for being here. Also, Onside, thank you for the follow. Bloop, thank you so much for the bits. Appreciate that, buddy. Ooh, excuse me. Itsy, thank you for the sniffer. We had Bloop. We had Itsy. We had Bleached. We had Sophia. We had Spoiled. We had Spectre. We had Sober. We had Medicine. We had a bunch of awesome people tonight. We always have awesome people. I will be back later today. But until I see you guys then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing you guys later on. Also, to those of you who are going to be affected, be safe tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of storms, especially up north. I know there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be hit with a fuck ton of snow, possibly thunder snow, and there's going to be just a lot of wind and heavy rain and heavy thunderstorms and everything else. So if you're in that area, stay safe. But yeah, I will be around later on today. And thank you again, everybody, for all the love and support. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't still be here. You guys make this all possible. So thank you. I am out for now. I will see you later. Have yourselves a good night, and I'm out. Take care. Bye, guys.